So where did all this energy in space come from? The answer was found after decades of work by scientists. Space and energy was spontaneously created in an event we now call the Big Bang. At the moment of the Big Bang, an entire universe full of energy came into existence, and with it, space. It all inflated, just like a balloon being blown up. So where did all this energy in space come from? How does an entire universe full of energy, the awesome vastness of space, and everything in it simply appear out of nothing? For some, this is where God comes back into the picture.
For over a decade, the Satanic Testament has garnered praise and hatred from the Satanic community. It has been heralded as being written with class and style, and carrying on the legacy first established by Anton LaVey by its fans, and reviled by COS and TST critics for its no-holds-barred approach. LeGivorden doesn't just strike the hammer to the anvil, he shatters it completely, and levels the complete force of the black flame to blast wide the adamantine gates like never before. Take a look into the world of Satanism's lesser understood and spoken about topics. Was Anton LaVey really an atheist? Is there actual sex rights in Satanism? What is the actual satanic political view? Do Satanists actually support abortion? What is the Lex Satanicus? This and so much more are within these pages. Now let LeGivorden, along with few surprising guest authors, take you on a guided tour of the infernal world of Satanism.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keane, and you are watching and listening to the Brett Keanes Show, and I have with me my co-host, Lucifer. So how you been, man?
It's been rough. Been sick for the past few days.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
How are you doing, Lucifer?
I'm surviving.
Yeah, you do sound a lot better than you were Friday.
Yeah. It was rough. It was definitely rough.
It was rough. I could definitely tell just the conversation last week. Friday, it was pretty insane.
Yeah. Well, last week we had some funny shit going on, and I'm going to let Brett do his standard intros and whatnot. Then I got a few things that I want to bring up to everybody that, is not actually cool that happened over the weekend.
No.
Yep.
Ooh, that's not good.
Well, I talked to you earlier about it, Brett. I showed you the email that I got.
I hear you. We've got a guest that may be coming on here in a little bit. A woman by the name of Robin. Hopefully she'll be able to go into the description, click on the link, and come on in. Did you guys have a hard time finding out where the link is? I did put a tutorial video up for everybody.
No, I did not, actually. It was pretty easy to find.
Yeah.
Sweet, sweet. You'd be surprised in the year 2024 how many people are like, "What's a link, man?" You know?
I know, it's this foreign alien concept.
Yeah, well, at least I'm 20. I still know what a link is.
Hopefully, Missing Mod will join us as well. I really enjoyed her company last week. I was hoping we could actually talk to her more, but our buddy Mark Reed came in and he had a lot of things he wanted to tell us, right?
Yeah, he definitely did. I just got a notification. I guess he just put up the video from last week or something. And he tagged me in it, and I was like, "Oh, what's this?" So I'll probably check it out later.
All right, fair enough. What's up, Mr. Baller?
I had to leave that show because he was just killing my brain cells. Like, oh boy, what am I hearing, dudes? Like, come on, man.
Oh, but he seemed like such a sweet young man. Missing Mod and Robin, whenever you two want to come in,
is good actually.
rock
She
and
is
roll.
pretty nice.
That's I don't know if you noticed, Lucifer, but I cut down the size of the intros. I felt like we don't need 10 minutes anymore. If people know when the shows are by now, so let's cut it down.
Yeah. I would say usually about a minute to 2 minutes, 3 at maximum to get everything done and out of the way, is usually pretty good.
Did you like your clip at the beginning?
Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. I thought that was really interesting. Thank you for that.
Missing Mod says, I didn't realize it was tonight. Let me reach out to Robin. Well, Missing Mod, Robin's already out in the comments. I already told her.
She's already here.
She just has to click the link and come on in.
You guys just have to go in, click the link, come on in. But
link down in the description. Come on down, folks.
Anyway, so I got some interesting emails concerning last show. I got like 2 or 3 different emails from different people who are all really upset at a very particular crybaby that sat for 4 hours in our comment section crying because we wouldn't let him into the show. And one of these emails was from an individual that I knew from way back when. I have not spoken to him in a great many number of years because, to be quite honest, this is not the kind of person who I would be very comfortable hanging out with on a daily basis. Apparently, he knows a certain raging atheist personally, and he lives right in their area. And this is something that I'm going to point out is at no point in time do I condone or promote or wish any sort of bad thing to happen to raging atheist, because I got several offers this weekend for people to go and actually hurt him in person, and that is not cool. I don't like the guy, but I don't want that to happen to him.
I completely understand. And as I said in the mail, I don't endorse the harm of anyone out there. There's a lot of assholes in the world and stuff with a lot of excuses. But I tried to.
This guy who really got my attention, I knew him from way back when, and he is as serious as a heart attack. If he says he's going to go do something, he's going to go do it. And so
it is pretty amazing, though, when you think about it, because here we've been doing these shows and all that, and we've been attracting a huge audience and all that, and a lot of people from our past are watching us, and of course future people and all that. It's really, really awesome the way the live streams really speak to people.
It really is. It really is. It's something that I haven't gotten into before and up until the past few weeks, and I've seen a huge, big shift in the way that things are going this year for STS, because you and I have been doing live streams together, and a lot more interest. A lot of people are, a lot of our critics have quieted down. They're not totally silent, but they've quieted down. They're not really talking as much. So, yep. Hello.
How you doing there,
Good evening.
Robin? I hope you've had a good day.
Yes, I took my dog to the vet and everything came out good. So yes.
Well, Robin, I seen you as a guest over in Missing Mod, and we are fans of Missing Mod. She's a sweetheart. And I
Yes.
thought some of your story was interesting. I was hoping you'd share a little bit more of it tonight with us, and really happy you showed up and a part of the conversation.
Yes. I saw she had sent me a message about that, and then I just happened to close out Matters Now show had been off, and I saw you were on, so I popped in and been there. She was too, so worked out good.
So you mind if we dive right in? This is what I got. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a time where you basically were into spells and magic and all that, but then you became an atheist.
Yeah, yes. Well, sort of a skeptic first, but I grew up Christian, and I just had a lot of issues with that religion. And yes, I became I tried different systems, ended up working with planetary magic and ceremonial magic.
Now, I'm going to ask you a real unusual question. Out of all the time, I would suspect you did this for some years. Did any of the magic actually appear to work for you?
Oh, yes. Yes. I mean, I don't know if you watched the stream with Miss Maud. I had 2 big doses of confirmation bias, I felt like, or whatever. Yes. I had several that actually seemed to work real well. Actually,
magic usually by definition is defined as supernatural, something going outside of the laws of nature. How is it possible to be an atheist but believe in magic at the same time?
I wasn't an atheist back then.
Yes, but you say that you actually experienced real magic, as does my friend Lucifer, who's my co-host. He experienced magic. How can you not believe in the supernatural if you've experienced personally yourself magic?
I've looked at every one of those incidences, and as a skeptic, I tried to peel away all the bias, the confirmation, and I don't say that none of this is real. Really, I don't believe it, but I really can't change my beliefs. I don't know if you believe. I don't know if you hold that sort of what you believe. It's hard to. Belief isn't a choice a lot of times.
No, I mean, it's definitely not. If you believe something, you can't help but to believe in it. It's
so I don't say it's not real. And in fact, I'm sort of anti-theist on a lot of things, and I don't mess with the witchcraft community too much because I thought that was a great community myself. And but I've looked at each incident that happened, and like a skeptic should, I've tried to peel away my bias and tried to decide if this happened because of coincidence or if it happened, and I just cannot attribute it for certain to the magic. And I feel like that continuing to do that, I was just allowing myself to participate in confirmation bias.
Well, you understand why I asked the question that I do, though, Robin, because you, as well as my friend Lucifer over there, you've actually experienced the supernatural. You've seen shit, right? And
no, I've never seen that. No, my spells worked, but I've never seen any. I mean, I have, I've been involved in spells and felt things, and I've read tarot and felt connected, but now I've never actually physically seen any sort of ghost or spirit or anything like that. I mean, I've never had that kind of encounter, but I did have some spells that appeared to work really well.
Would you be able to give some examples, ma'am?
Yes. The first spell that I wasn't actually the first spell that I was involved in, I did not even actually, I was not the witch that performed the spell. I bought a $700 spell. And
You spent $700 on a spell.
yes, one of my proud moments.
$700.
Goodness,
Damn.
I could
I'm
have paid
sorry.
some major
I'm
bills
sorry.
with that.
I know. I was in a very weak place at that time. But I had been dating a man for like 4 years. He was married. He's a lot older than I am. And his wife found out about us, and he just ghosted me. And I don't know. I about lost my mind. And so I talked my boss into fronting me $700 for the spell, which he was like, please don't do this. But I did it anyway. I paid this woman online, and she sent me like some things that I had to do too. Like I had to draw a pentagram on, and I really knew the only reason why I'd come into this is I fell asleep in the chair and YouTube was on and a twin flame video came up. And that's what started me on the rabbit hole of going down through there. Because I really had never even thought about witchcraft before. You know what I mean? I just didn't do anything. And so then I got the spell from her. And she told me what I had to do. And she told me that, I had to wait like 30 days, and blah, blah, blah. He come back like exactly 30 days. He called. And really, and I drive a truck. And I had stopped and was sitting in the truck stop for a little while. And it was like I knew he was going to call. He actually texted first. And when he texted, I looked down at the phone and I wasn't even surprised. And then he came back, and it became a shuffle of going back and forth and back and forth. And all I could seem to justify in my mind was that he was fighting the spell. And so I decided I couldn't afford any more $700 spells, that I had to learn to do this myself. So that's what got me into witchcraft. And I started working on my witchcraft, and I did every day a ritual to bring him back. I had prayer beads that were blessed from a Buddhist monk or something like that I ordered from Turkey, and all this stuff. And I did this certain ritual every day for 7 months. And all my friends kept saying, he's not coming back, Robin. And I was like, yeah, he will. And he did. And he told me when he came back that the longer he stayed gone, the stronger the pull was. And I was like, that was me. I was spelling.
Wait a minute. Are you saying this person passed away and through this $700 spell they were resurrected? I don't know if I heard.
No, he went back to his wife.
Oh, went back to his wife. Oh, I'm sorry. I got a little miffed there.
He'd been married to her for he is 71 now, and I'm 55. So he's 17 years older than me, or 16 years older than me. So he's probably a bit older than me. But, he's just like, we were just perfect for each other. And I know it, but he had grandkids, he had kids, and he's been gone for like 3.5 years now. So, and I finally got my mind back, but I did lose my mind for a while over it. I'm not sure why, but it did. I'd never been ghosted before. I think that was probably like the most devastating thing that I just couldn't even imagine, that you would not tell somebody goodbye, that you cared anything about. And then he couldn't, though. He kept coming back. He came back 3 or 4 times. But then that last time he stayed gone so long, that's when I started doing that daily ritual. But it was like, pretty much from what he told me, he felt like, the way he described it was like the spell was pulling him to me. And I also did a great big money spell in like December of one year. And I did my taxes that year, and it was like, the last year they let us count the truck driving. Anyway, I got $14,000 back on my taxes. like in a month after I did that spell. So,
Well, I'm sorry that you had that experience. I hope that something positive came out of it. Did you find somebody, or are you dating?
no, and I'm not sorry at all. I mean, I wouldn't do a thing different today. You know what I mean? I understand why he went back, and I do. I understand why he went back, but I wouldn't change nothing. And no, I'm not bitter, but no, I don't have nobody. I'm perfectly. I have an 18-year-old daughter who is starting college this fall, so that's about
Well,
as
that's
much.
wonderful. Congratulations.
Yes, well, I have one that's working on her master's. Right, she finishes her master's here in about 2 or 3 months in California. So, and they're both evolutionary biologists, are going to be. She teaches out there in California, and this one's going to be a research. Just working research.
Well, that's interesting. In the beginning of the conversation, I hope you understand I've been sick lately, so I'm half deaf in one of my ears. I'm stuffed. So is my buddy over there. He's got some issues as well. But did you say you were anti-theist? I don't know if I heard that correctly.
I said I've been an anti-theist lately. Just a lot of, it's just a lot of attacks on women's rights and things. So that's why I've been.
Well, can you tell me a little bit about that? Usually when I've had people in the past who said they were anti-theists, they were usually very mean to the religious folks in my room and all that. But you seem like a real sweetheart with a big heart.
I think, well, see, I would say I'm more of an anti-theism than anti-theist, because the theist is the person. So
fair enough.
Yeah. So but I'm also a big supporter of freedom. So freedom of religion is I feel like every human being is born on this planet deserves bodily autonomy. I mean, we deserve to have rule over our own body, outside of hurting someone else. You know what I mean? But I should be able to decide anything about my own body.
Well, let me ask you this. What do you feel about abortion, though?
I feel like that's my body, and I feel like that forced birth is slavery. I mean, I would love to rid the country for the need for unnecessary abortions. I don't particularly like the idea that of people having to even go through abortion, and like the Netherlands has the lowest abortion rate.
What if there was an alternative?
Well, the Netherlands has the lowest abortion rate in the world. Okay, and abortion is legal, and it is also
what
paid
if there's
for
an
on
alternative? What would you say to that?
Do what?
What if there's an alternative? What would you say to that?
What's the alternative?
Birth control.
But see that okay. First of all, you're assuming that every woman can take birth control. They can't. Hormonal birth control, and it's not.
There's different types of birth control.
It's not 100%.
There's different types of birth control.
Okay, but not everybody can. And plus, many young girls, parents will not allow them to get on birth control. They cannot. You know what I mean?
Well, what if it was state mandated?
They can't afford. We're going to state mandate birth control.
Why not?
I mean, I don't think we should have to state mandate. I think if we made, like I said,
what about issuing licenses for parents?
Well, I don't understand something though, Robin and Lucifer. Why is it okay to mandate that a young girl be able to get rid of what's in her womb, but not take a pill?
We're not going to mandate her to get rid of it. I mean, we're not going to mandate her to get rid of it. That's what I'm trying to. You're not letting me finish this. The Netherlands has the lowest abortion rate in the world. Okay, and abortion is legal. So there is a way to eliminate abortion without having to do either one. I mean, without forcing anybody to do anything. All we have to do is teach comprehensive sex education, make birth control accessible and cheap enough that people don't have to pick between that. I mean, if you take a young girl who's or people who are hungry, who are barely feeding themselves, birth control is just something that's not on that list.
How
And we don't
so?
have it. We
All
have it
you
towards
need to do is
30.
have state medical assistance, and
Yes,
you can
it would be
afford birth
nice if we
control.
did,
It's
but we don't
free.
have that for everybody.
Well,
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
our country
It's
says
free
that,
for everybody with just a little bit of state medical insurance.
yeah,
I
our
would think,
country is making it to where it's health care to allow people to change their genders. It seems to me that if this is such an important priority, then people should be able to be given the pills. It seems cheaper
I
too.
live in Kentucky. I don't have free health care. I
Well,
don't have
why
free
not?
health care. I mean, I support me and my daughter myself by
But you have
myself.
health care, right? You have some
No,
sort
I
of health.
don't. I don't have free health care. No.
Well,
If
why
I
not
want
just
health
sign
care, I
up
have
for
to
it then?
buy it from Obamacare.
We got Obamacare was just
I mean, I have a
terrible.
job, I work, but I don't make enough money to buy health care and my boss doesn't offer it. I work for a small trucking company, and he has like 12 employees that drive. And so it would cost him like a fortune to buy health care, and he won't. He just pays us, he doesn't pay us that much better either, but he won't pay health care. So all I can do, the only thing I can do is buy it from Obamacare. My daughter
But
has it right now because of her dad, because he has to pay like hers and everything. So, but that doesn't cover me. But there's a lot of uncut, and like here, there's a lot of uncovered people in Kentucky. Like we just kicked like 60,000 people off of Medicare like last week in Kentucky. And they had just been on there since the pandemic started, or they wouldn't have been on there at all anyway. So
Somebody out in the comments named Skyworks says something interesting. They said these men want to dictate what women are allowed to do. See, that's strange to me because you said just a moment ago yourself, Robin, that every human being should have their own autonomy. We should be able to do what we want to as long as we're not hurting people. And if some people on one side are expressing the opinion that they value life, no matter how small or little of the experiences it's had, then what's the problem? What's the issue with the man simply stating his opinion?
no, I believe men have a right, but valuing life. Let's value the life. We have so many lives that we don't value that it's hard to convince me that we value life. We don't value the life of women. First of all, I mean, there was a woman in there's been, there was a 10-year-old girl in Ohio who got raped, and they wouldn't even let her get an abortion. She was 10 years old. I mean, should a 10-year-old be giving birth to a rapist's baby?
now this is one of those situations
I
where
don't
even
care
I
about
would say physically that's a medical necessity right there.
exactly, but they wouldn't allow it. They
Well,
did
there's
not
always
allow
the
her.
after.
She had to be
There's the
taken
day
to a
after
different
pill.
state. She had to be
There's
taken
the
to a
day
different
after
state.
pill.
They wouldn't allow her to do anything. And then they actually tried Ohio, because she lived in Ohio. She went to Indiana, and Indiana's trigger law had not went in effect yet. She actually, in Ohio tried to like criminalize the doctor that performed it in Indiana and Texas. I mean, maybe I'm, because I'm a woman, I'm more in the circle of these situations than most people are, and so maybe this is not, to me it seems like everybody already know what's going on. I mean, in Texas they're criminalizing women who are they're like ectopic pregnancies and stuff, and having like they've got fetal anomalies where the baby don't have a skull and stuff, and they're telling these women they have to have these babies, and these women are having to either leave the state or deliver these babies that will not even be alive when they're born. And
now here's my question.
who has the money to do that?
What's the statistics on this? What are the rates of these situations that you're talking about?
I've got my upstairs. That's all upstairs. I thought we'd be talking about witchcraft, so I didn't know we'd go into abortion.
Oh,
but
we'll
I am.
talk about all kinds of different stuff.
Yeah,
I know.
we
I mean,
talk.
I was-
We go from all different subjects.
I'm an abortion rights
Considering that,
activist.
especially in Satanism, there's a group called the Satanic Temple that likes
Yes,
to
I know who
push
they are.
The
Yes.
a lot of,
pseudo-Satanists.
yeah, they like to push a lot of topics that have nothing to do with real Satanism.
Yeah, they're atheists.
They're
yeah, they're
atheists.
fake.
Some
They're
that
fake
holding
Satanists. So,
bullshit.
yeah.
They're humanists. Yes. I mean, I know who. I
They're
know
also
like
promoting
Arn Ra's
communism.
one. Arn Ra is a satanic temple. They like that's why abortion was legalized in 1973 was because of the women who are dying from having illegal abortions, because women will have abortions. Women will have abortions. You will not stop abortion unless you do something on the other side of it, like I was talking about, the comprehensive sex education and the access to birth control and empowering women so to where more of them go to college, because girls that go to higher education actually are less likely to become teenage pregnancies. And
I'm going to
so-
contradict you on that. Most of the girls that I know that have gone to college have gotten pregnant numerous times and have sought to get abortions rather than simply using birth control, and they all
okay. Are you talking about poor girls?
No, I'm talking about perfectly well-funded individuals.
Well, I mean, I don't. How many
were well-educated? These are just your average everyday girl. I mean,
but
they
how
go
many?
to like.
I mean,
90% of them.
No, that's not
90%.
Also, here's another thing you're not understanding, because in China during the one policy, there's forced abortion during the one-child policy, so you have no choice but to get it because of the one-child policy.
What does that got to do with America?
It could possibly happen is if
and they don't do that anymore either, because they were murdering
abortion.
All right, folks, relax. All right, I have a question for you, Robin,
okay.
And then we'll move back into witchcraft and spells and all that, which obviously is originally what you came in for. When does a human being become inherently valuable, where people should actually feel obligated to care?
Well, I mean, I think I'm for Roe versus Wade had good guidelines. Roe versus Wade went to viability. Here's the way I look at abortion. Okay, until a fetus is viable, if I remove it from my uterus, I don't have to kill it. It will die. Naturally, it will die because it has to have a uterus to live in, a womb. So until it is viable, and that's what an abortion is. Actually, anything after viability is called technically a delivery, not an abortion. Okay, so
right.
if I have an abortion, which is up to viability, I remove a non-viable fetus from my uterus. I do not have to kill that fetus. It will die naturally.
You're basically saying it depends on you, and if it didn't have you, then it wouldn't survive.
If it didn't, it has to have a uterus, which actually we have the technology probably in a few years to make artificial wombs, and so we wouldn't even have to let the fetuses die if a woman chose an abortion. And I feel like that up until that viability moment, a woman has a right to have an abortion for whatever reason she wants. Now, I do believe that if she comes in there after one, I think she should be educated at the first one on preventative measures. And I think that, I think that we need to start stressing more birth control. Yes, we don't, or something to stop the pregnancies.
Well, Robin, I had asked you a question a moment ago. At what point in time does a human being become inherently valuable to the point where we should feel obligated to be concerned about it?
Well, I mean, we should be concerned about it at any time, but up until viability, I don't think that a fetus has any sort of rights. Now, and this is not a typical. Most abortion.
I'm not talking about rights, ma'am. What I'm talking about is, when does a person become inherently valuable?
When does it become a living entity?
Okay.
Well, not just that, but when does it actually matter?
I don't know that any of us are inherently valuable. I think my children are inherently valuable. I think humans, I mean, I'm a human, so I think humans are inherently valuable. But as far as as some objective value that we have to the universe, I don't believe that. I don't believe any of us have any of it. We value other humans because we are humans. And I value my children more than other people's children, even though I value other people's children. There's a degree, there's a closer kin or whatever. You've got your own little circle and you widen out as you go, and empathy continues. But your strongest ties are going to be to your inner circle of people, and those are the ones. But I believe that we are to start trying to do something, and most abortion proponents don't believe this, at viability. I believe we are at, and that's where Roe versus Wade was. It was at viability. Once viability reached viability, the restrictions on abortions came down to medical decisions under Roe versus Wade. I mean, they thought Roe versus Wade out very well when they wrote it, and it should have been left alone because it saved women's lives, and it did not allow all these late-term abortions. There's not even such a thing as a late-term abortion, because an abortion is up to viability. The only women who are having deliveries are delivering babies that late in their carrying one are ones that have something wrong with them or the mother's health. And right now, like the red states, especially like Kentucky where I live, we have no exception for the mother's life.
Okay, so Robin, one of the main reasons why I ask you the question is because you did say you're a skeptic, which is pretty close to, like a humanist or atheist or something like this. You don't believe that humans are inherently valuable. So what makes the difference between a human baby inside of a womb over an adult? We're nothing more than a collection of cells, a bunch of chemistry just put together. So why does it matter if anybody cares about the mother, a baby, or anybody for that matter?
Well, I mean, I'm a human, so humans have a value to me. I just don't think they have any value to the universe. Like, there's no inherent, there's no just something outside of us, of us as humans.
Do all humans have value, or just the ones that you have the opinion that are valuable?
No, I think all humans should have the value. I think we all, if you're born, you should have the freedom of thought. You should have bodily autonomy, and you should be able to be with who you love. And I believe that we all deserve to be safe. And I think we should try to eliminate suffering across the entire population of humans. I mean, that I'm for everybody having health care. And I would gladly pay more taxes so everybody could have health care, because I would rather everybody in the United States suffering was diminished. You know what I mean? And me give up something for it. But right now we allow, in my state, we allow 18-year-old kids to go buy handguns. We allow open carry. We allow, so when are the lives going to be important enough for us to start protecting them from that? I mean, if we can infringe upon women and force women to give birth to children that they do not want and cannot afford, then I don't see any reason why we can't prevent people from buying guns just haphazardly. I mean, I actually own guns. I'm not anti-Second Amendment. But I don't think every 18-year-old kid that just got out of high school last week should be able to go buy one.
I'd like to ask you, that's an interesting point. If the government were to ever turn on its citizens, like what has happened historically many, many times, what are the citizens supposed to do against a government and its military without any weapons to defend themselves?
I don't think our weapons would be any good against the United States Army.
Well, it'd be better than using a broomstick or a mop.
I don't know that we would be able to use anything. They could just drop a bomb. I mean, they wouldn't even need to fight this. But I don't fear that.
So you don't think that the individual soldiers that are part of that military would be objectionable to dropping a bomb on their own people?
I don't fear my own government. I don't trust my own government necessarily, but I don't fear them, except for like right now with women, taking my body. I mean, I'm not worried about me. I'm out of childbearing age, but I have 2 daughters. I have one daughter. One of them's in California. She's safe right now. But this one, if she was to get pregnant and have something that they told me that if this baby was going to kill her, in the state of Kentucky, they would let her die before they would let us abort that baby. And so they would both die. That's how stupid these laws are.
Well, you were talking about the guns thing, and I appreciate that there's a lot of passion in the abortion thing, but you do realize that dictators like Stalin, who, by the way, happened to be an atheist, he removed guns from his country and his citizens, and then they were left absolutely defenseless. And actually, I believe, according to Wikipedia, about 50 million people died because of his reign, and they could do nothing against him because they had no weapons to deal with his tyranny. Did you know that?
Yes, I know all about that. Do you think Stalin would have still done that had he been a Buddhist?
I don't know. All I know is that there's no telling. I mean, you could say a Christian leader, you could say a Satanist leader, you can name off anybody. The point is the citizens couldn't fight back because they didn't have the weapons to be able to protect themselves.
But there is a point.
What's the point? 50 million people died. I thought we were valuable.
I mean, Stalin did. I'm not for taking away guns. I own guns. I live in Kentucky. I'm a gun person. Stalin did not kill those people in the name of atheism. Stalin was a psychopath who would have been a psychopath whether he had been a theist.
Actually, because he was paranoid that people will revolt against him. That's why he had a secret police, and he killed other generals because, let's face it, he's a very hardcore communist.
Communist. And communism and atheism are not the same. One of them is
part of the Communist Party, though.
I know, but that was just a rule they made. You don't have to be a communist. You don't necessarily have to be an atheist.
You do realize why a lot of people do the association. Almost every atheist dictator was involved in a lot of the same things. The tyranny, the killing, communism, socialism. It always comes down to that. There's always that connection every time something like this happened.
Well, I mean,
I'd also like to interject here really quickly. You said that you live in Kentucky, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I went ahead and I pulled up Kentucky's abortion ban laws, their restrictions. Kentucky does not restrict abortions completely. However, it is very heavily restricted. So it's almost completely. But there are exceptions. Now, you said that if your daughter gets pregnant and
nobody gets them. They don't allow them.
Actually, there is exemptions. There is.
But they don't allow them. They don't. The people that have applied for them and tried to get them, they don't allow them. They don't give the exemptions. You have to go through the state legislature to get the exemption, and they won't grant them.
Well, do you have any? Can you show that? Because
well, I mean, we've had 2 or 3
here's
cases.
The thing: it says to save a pregnant person's life. Yeah, they will allow it. To prevent serious risk to the pregnant person's physical health.
Show us proof.
Show you proof
I'm gonna throw this link into the chat.
But if you don't believe me, that's fine. I mean, I'm not worried about that.
Robin, I hope you realize that we are some good folks, and we're not trying to hate on you or anything like that.
I know.
Just
And
having a good conversation.
Abortion is a passionate topic.
I understand. And I just wanted you to know. I just wanted you to know that we do value you being here, and we're enjoying our discussion with you. And I'm sorry if some of the stuff we say I hate to use a word like trigger, but I don't want to anger you. I'm happy you're here. I just want you to know that.
That's fine. And I'll try to. This is just a really stiff topic with me because, me and my daughters became second-class citizens. There's no law other than you breaking the social contract of going to jail.
This is the Shira.
Like if you go to law, if you break a law that is there and you break the social contract and you get put in prison, okay, they will restrict your bodily autonomy. But there is there's no law in the United States where someone has to allow their body to be used to keep another person alive. You are, even my own child, once it's born, I'm not required to donate organs, and I'm not required to donate blood to that child, even if that child will die because I refuse to donate my organs or blood to that child. You know what I mean? Now, if I keep that child, like breastfeeding it, yes, I'm required to, because if I keep it after birth, I'm agreeing to take care of it. Okay. But as far as like giving my body parts to it, I'm not required to. Right. And the male's not ever required to do that at any time either. It's the only time that we are requiring that of people is of pregnant women. Okay. So we are giving special rights to fetuses that fetus will no longer have after birth. And nobody else has. There's not another person in the United States that has those rights. And there is nobody there that child will lose the rights as soon as it is born. A corpse, you have to sign permission to donate organs from a corpse, or even your own family cannot donate your organs once you die. They will not. And I mean, so corpses have more bodily autonomy than women in red states right now.
We got somebody out here, Hamilton, who's repeating what Skyrocket said. I see 3 guys telling a woman what she can do with their body. Asinine. Well, the thing is although we're expressing our opinion, I don't know about Lucifer. I'll speak for myself, but I'm not going to stand outside of abortion clinics and yell at people. But if you want my opinion, or my opinion is willing to be given, I'm going to say that I would appreciate trying other options and alternatives as opposed to full-on termination, because that's a permanent solution, isn't it? That's not a.
It absolutely is.
And I'm with you.
I'm going to sit here and say Robin has every right to feel the way that she does, and it doesn't have to agree with me. We are in America, and she has those rights to those opinions. That's what makes this country beautiful and good.
Yes, and I'm with you. We should try to reduce abortions.
Yeah, I mean, abortion is a tragedy, no matter what. My big thing is I don't like it when women sit there and they try to cut the father out of the whole decision, and B, they try to use abortion as a form of birth control when they had plenty of other options on the beforehand. And it's also, in my opinion, up to the man himself to also aid the woman in making sure that abortion is never necessary. Every man carries one of these little things called a wallet with them. And even though I'm with, a woman right now, I keep a little something or another in my wallet at all times, just in case. I just can't find it.
We all know what it is.
Yeah.
It gets really sticky. It gets really sticky. And men, I mean, I understand what you're saying about the men. I mean, but it just, the bodily autonomy to me is the most important thing. To me, that's the most important thing. And once that child is I'm kind of sensitive towards the viability thing, but if we go with birth, once that child is born, I believe that child has bodily autonomy. I believe, and I just believe that there's just some basic rights that we all have to allow for everybody to have.
Robin, you mind if I ask you a question? Because, I mean,
Yes.
obviously it's important to you. You say that you have a daughter who's being real successful, and I said congratulations about that earlier. Let's say she does meet a man that she thinks is good and decent, and she ends up getting pregnant. Well, the guy gets in some kind of car accident, he dies, and she still is carrying this baby, but it's still early enough to where she could get an abortion. Would you suggest that? Or would you tell her that? Would you recommend her get an abortion, or would you tell her to go through with it, especially if she even feels as though she wants to?
I wouldn't tell her to do anything. I would support her. I would be there for her. I would try to talk to her to make sure that she understands whatever her decision is. And whichever decision she made, that would be the decision that she made, and I would support her for the rest of her life for making it. It's her body. It's not mine. And my daughter lives in California right now, is actually met a man and is getting ready to try to get pregnant, because she's finishing her master's. And she's not even sure that she can probably get pregnant because she's had like some surgeries like on her, around her uterus and stuff. So, I mean, we may not even be able to she may not even be able to get pregnant.
Would you like to be able to have a grandchild one day?
Yes. Even though it'd be in California, and I just don't think I can move all the way out there. I can't afford it. But yes, I would. And I love babies. I mean, I do not hate babies. I love babies. I wish my babies were still babies. Actually, that was the best time that I ever had them, even though they were 13 years apart. So I guess they probably couldn't both be babies at the same time. But,
Robin, you mentioned these horrible cases of rape and all that. And I was definitely, for the longest time, there were points where I said, if this happens to a woman, then this must equal there has to be an abortion and all that. But I ended up meeting this really friendly woman, this older woman over on Facebook, and I got to talking to her, and she was showing these pictures of her daughter and seeing how happy she is and all this. And I said, oh, she's beautiful. How's her father feel about it? Well, she ended up she made it public, so this isn't some secret, but she apparently was raped and decided to keep the child. But according to her, this child was the greatest miracle that she could ever have.
That's right. I know some women like that, and that's why I said I don't support saying, oh, this person got raped, we should make her have an abortion. I believe that is her body. And if she wants to have that baby, then I believe we are to support her at everything. I believe we are to support. And if we don't support mothers, though, we don't. We were right now. The United States is forcing women to give birth in a lot of states, but they're not supporting them after that. You think that, they draw the government check or whatever. Okay, that's they don't draw enough to live very good, and they get some kind of like low rent housing. They can't afford to work because they can't afford daycare, and the child grows up in poverty. And so in any area where abortion is controlled or restricted, we'll see an increase in poverty among women and children.
Robin, me and my brother and sister, we actually lived through exactly what you just explained. My mother was single. My father left when I was 13, and my little brother and sister and I lived through that kind of deal. Got so bad we ended up in foster care. because she could not afford things. So yeah, I fully understand that. But even being poor and even living that hard life and everything, I'm happy that I'm alive today and have
I'm
two
happy you
beautiful
are too.
children.
Well, then
Well, thank
let's.
you. I appreciate
If
that,
we-
Robin.
If we are going to forward, if I mean, but women, if there was more support, women might not always choose the abortion. You know what I mean? And here's another statistic, which I can go upstairs and get my books if you don't believe what I'm saying. But in 1973, when Roe versus Wade went through, the crime rate fell enormously. I mean, it was a massive drop in crime. Just like 5 years later, you know what I mean? By the time these children that were being forced to have children, by the time those children were growing up, we saw a decline and we also saw a decline in poverty among women and children. And now it's going to increase again. It's going to go back up because we do not live in a society. We live in a society right now that wants to mandate laws over people's lives, but doesn't want to do anything about the consequences of the laws that they're enacting. We do not want
Robin,
to
I don't know if you ever listened to the liberals like Chuck Schumer or whatever, but he recently said on the news that one of the reasons why it's so good to have all these migrants coming to the border is because Americans aren't producing enough children anymore. They're even saying that in North Korea, there's not a lot of children that are filling up the population.
We do need workers. I mean, I work in the dairy industry, and there are no Americans trying to get a job milking cows. I promise you.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I'm talking about the baby thing, though, the child thing. If you want to, though, because I see a lot of people out here, especially Missy Mod, she says, "Oh, Brad, it's 3 against 1 on this abortion issue. Can you guys change
I'm
the
okay,
topic
Missy
for a little
Mod.
bit?" No, I
yeah,
think
no one's trying to attack her or anything. It's she's got some good opinions and she's holding her own. So
yeah,
she's easy on her. No one's attacking her,
forcing anything on her.
I think people out there who are
I will
listening
say
her opinions and points. Go ahead.
From the satanic point of view, now Satanists, going all the way back to Anton LaVey, have always been more in line with mandatory abortion restrictions, with mandatory birth control. We are usually of the opinion that if you're supposed to have a license to drive a 1,000-pound vehicle around the streets that can crush a person, if you need a license to carry a firearm, if you need a license to do almost everything in America, why are we not? We do here in South Carolina.
Not in Kentucky, we don't. My daughter right now, 18 years old, could go buy a handgun or a rifle.
But
without a federal permit?
Nothing. She has to have nothing. Her ID. And she has no waiting period.
She's still going through a background
check. She has no red flag law. She has nothing. And she can open carry it down the street. Anywhere she goes.
I actually have a pagan friend from Kentucky that hangs out with me from time to time named Von Helton, and he's got a good amount of guns. I'm like, my goodness, I'm about people having their weapons, but he has enough to make Rambo blush.
In a lot of states, let me rephrase this then. In a lot of states, you still need to have a firearms license, a permit.
Yes. A lot of people are smarter than Kentucky.
Why is it that being a parent does not require a license? We look at so many parents out there who are just garbage human beings. I mean, people out there who do some really shit things to children. Why is it that they don't need a license to be a parent, but you are required to have a license to have a gun? You're required to have a license to drive a car and whatnot. And you're required to have a license to. Excuse me.
He hasn't been feeling good.
I know. I remember that. I agree about the parents. I don't think that just throwing a license requirement on it, though, is going to change that situation. I believe it's going to take a whole lot different social reform and
My apologies.
You know, to get us to address those situations. I don't think there's a quick fix like a license that will solve parenting issues.
Well, what do you say we take?
Well, if I could figure all this out,
what do you say we take it back into the magic and supernatural for a little bit?
I'd like to listen to that.
Just for a little bit, and then we can get back into the kind of take a break from some of that.
That's fine though. I'm glad y'all brought it up. I mean, I actually, you know, I've thought a lot. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff that I've thought about on the abortion thing. So,
all right, well, we'll continue to cover it. Just taking a break from that topic for a little bit and getting back into what you were getting into. So how young were you when you started getting into magic? And you also said you were a former Christian before that. Tell me a little bit about the transition. What got you into that? And what was like the first spell that you did that you felt like, wow, there's something to this?
Well, I grew up Christian. My whole family attends a church probably about 2 miles from here. My whole family, and of course my grandparents were alive then too. But all my aunts, all my cousins. It's a missionary Baptist church. You know, it's one of those shouting around and carrying on, and that's what I grew up in. And as I got older, I just got kind of away from that. My oldest daughter, I took her to church a lot when she was young. But then me and her dad got divorced, and I just got away from church. But I always had issues with church. I always had issues with. First of all, I never had a belief in hell. My mom is a devout Christian, but she is not. She never assumed that any of us were going to hell, so there was no reason to preach hell to us. So I never acquired a fear of hell. In fact, I never had a belief in it. I mean, I always looked at it as if this God exists that you're talking about, he did not create hell. I mean, it don't even make sense to me. So I just never had that belief. And, but as I got older, the existence of evil and suffering in the world became just a lot of cognitive dissonance on religion for me. It just didn't. The answers that I would get when I would ask the questions just didn't satisfy me. Free will, okay, but free will doesn't cover natural disasters and those kids that are starving in Africa. They don't have nothing to do with their free will. You know what I mean? So where does that go? Who's responsible for that suffering? I understand that this guy next door has the free will to come over here and murder me. But what about all the people who are not suffering because of somebody else's free will? And so I had a lot of cognitive dissonance for that. So I just finally just stayed away from it. And
is it possible for the world to suck and there be an asshole God out there as opposed to no God at all?
Yes, probably so. And I never did really even think about there not being a God. In my mind, that whole time I left, I was like, if there's a God, he can just, I just gave him the finger a lot. And so, but then, like I said, that spell where I did it, and of course that woman did the spell, but she had me do it too. She had me draw a pinnacle on a piece of paper and take some rose petals and some salt and candles. And I had to sit out there in front of the pinnacle and visualize, him coming back. And I'm sure Lucifer knows visualization is very hard for a very lengthy, extended amount of time. It is a lot of practice to your mind to do that. But so, and that, like I said, he came back like almost to the day that he should have. So Yeah. So I mean, I was flew into magic then. I still have all of my room still. If you walked in my room right now, you would say she's a witch. I mean, I love the aesthetic. I have herbs. I have so many herbs. Oh my gosh, I have every.
Yeah, there's definitely a unique aesthetic about the whole thing.
Yes, I have rue. I have all the witchy herbs. I have like 2 big glass jars, those great big glass jars, and I have two of them full of just like little bags of herbs of every kind of herb. I mean, just for every intention you can imagine. I have roots and salts and water. I collected water. I even like was in New Orleans one time and like waded out into a little swampy, like little water, little puddle and got me some. And it was like after a hurricane because I took water there and I got down in this little puddle and got this hurricane water out because that would be good for like cursing or something, hurricane water.
So the spell that you were attempting to do on this guy, I don't know if you see the irony in this, but you were saying earlier that you don't like the idea of God claiming that there's free will, but the spell that you wanted to do would actually take away the free will, would it not?
Yes, I know that, and I do, and I had a lot of cognitive dissonance with that too. I think more I wanted him not necessarily to come back, except that he owed me a goodbye. He owed me an apology. And I was I was kind of mentally not very stable at that moment when I paid $700 for this spell. It was hard. I mean, it was like I betrayed my own values to go after what I wanted at that time, because that's how painful it was to live on this side of it. You know what I mean? And that sounds ridiculous. I never thought I would be in such a state.
No, it's not ridiculous at all. You were in love and you wanted somebody to be in your life. That's not desperation. It's just you want love.
I mean, yeah, I loved him, but I mean, I still love him, and now I love him, and I leave him alone. Does that make sense? And it's a whole lot better. It's a whole lot more healthy love than the one that was trying to get him to go back. But at that time, I overrode my own values to get what I wanted. That's just all I can say about that. And I guess surely probably most of us have been there at least once or twice. But and I thought it did, and I knew that, and I told him. I even told him. I felt bad enough. I told him that I was doing the spells, and he was kind of icky about it at first, but he, when he left the last time I talked to him, he said, "Are you going to do a spell on me?" And I said, "No, I'm done spelling on you. I can't, you know what I mean? I can't deal with this back and forth anymore. I've got to let it go."
How old were you when you got into the occult?
Oh, this was just like, he's been gone 4 years right now. And we were together like 6. We were together. We were together. He never went home. He was a truck driver. He hauled cows. And I hauled milk, and we ran we ran up through Minnesota and Iowa, and we ran like the same road all the time. It just worked out.
How old were you when you got into practicing the occult?
About 49, 48.
Have
you? It was a long time ago.
No, it was just like, he's been gone 4 years, and I was doing it for like 2 years. So like 6 years ago is when I started the witchcraft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What would you say to this if tomorrow you were out shopping or something and just a really attractive older man walked up to you and he seemed like he was Mr. Right in every type of way, and he wants to be with you, but there's one little issue. You find out that he's a Christian. What would you do with that? even though he wants to be completely involved with you and he can passionately love you, would you do that, or would that be too much?
To be a Christian?
If he turned out to be a Christian, Mr.
Everybody,
Right, actually.
almost everybody I know is a Christian. I mean, unless he tried to make
I don't think it'd be too much of a problem for her there, Brett.
No, I'm all about freedom of thought. As long as I get freedom of thought too. I'm not going to become I might become a Christian, but I'm not going to become one because somebody tells me I have to. And so, as long as I'm free to believe what I believe, he can believe whatever he wants to. He can be a probably not Muslim, because they don't really believe in letting other people have freedom about thought. But no, I wouldn't care. I mean, I probably wouldn't go out and seek out somebody as a Christian, and maybe a Christian really wouldn't want anything to do with me, because like atheists are like the most hated people in America. We're the only people that we are trusted more than is rapists. Actually, in a poll,
I heard that before. Pretty
That's
rough.
true. The poll said they trust rapists the least, and then we're right above the rapists. But I mean, I really don't care what other people think about me. I know who I am. I am a hard worker. I try to be honest all the time, because I really have to care about something enough to lie about it. That's the way I feel about it. And I don't really care about it very much enough to lie about it. And I'm good to people, I think. I mean, and I can be a bitch. I hope it's all right to say that.
No, that's absolutely fine.
I'm not going to tell you not to say that.
I can be one. I can be a really big one if I want to be, but I have to be kind of provoked into it. So,
everybody has their off day.
I like the way she words things. Good stuff.
Well, thank you.
Hopefully, Miss and Maud will come in here. Miss and Maud, once you come in here, she'd probably feel a lot more comfortable having a buddy in here. Come on.
We also got one of my buddies in the comment section. I don't know if he's going to want to jump in tonight, but he might jump in sometime down the line. Dr. Tom is.
I don't care to ask, and I don't care to answer questions. If anything, I don't feel attacked. I get a little rowdy on the abortion thing, but that's not y'all's fault. That's just what's been going on for a while now.
No, I like having people with passion in the room who actually care about different issues and have put some thought into it. There's some people we have in where they're just kind of shallow. They don't really care about anything. It's good to have people with heart, for sure. Anybody that wants to come in, there's a link in the description. Come on in and let's chat. Looks like Miss and Ma will be in just a moment.
I want to ask Lucifer a question. Okay, first, Brett first. Brett, are you a Christian?
At this point, I'm starting to fall back into just theism, because I find myself getting into, you probably heard this a million times, but I'm getting tired of having to argue with other religious people about who's got daddy's apple or who's the teacher's pet kind of nonsense. If that
What's the right one?
What's the right book? What's the right translation? Do you interpret God, properly? All this kind of stuff. I'm sick of it. I am absolutely convinced there's a higher power, but I don't have, like I said today in one of my comments, and Lucifer seen it and commented, so did Missing Mod. I believe there's a God, but I'm not sure I can trust him, that he actually cares about my well-being as much as I'd like him to, or what some Christians actually believe.
And you're not sure you can define him either, or define God?
I believe that there are scientific ways to actually prove that the supernatural is actually viable, that word that you used. However, actually dictating which concept of God it is, putting a name on it, like Bob the Builder, Jesus, or anything like
Yahweh.
that would be challenging.
So do you hold much value in the Bible?
I do believe that many of the things that happen in the Bible were true, but as you know, being that you were a former Christian, I also believe that there's a lot of metaphors, parables, and teachings to try to give us an idea or philosophy how to live. I don't believe all of it's literal.
Okay. So do you believe in a old earth or a new earth?
I believe that the earth is probably billions of years old. I do have many friends that are young earth creationists, and I've given them ample opportunity to convince me otherwise. I can sit in here with young earth creationists for hours and listen to them, but at this point, I don't feel like they've given me enough to be able to change my view.
Yeah, he put me in with Kent Hovind. That was fun.
My parents are young earth creationists. I actually am a mod over on Matters Now, and I hang out with flat earthers and everybody. So, I just, I feel like that beliefs, like I said, I believe in everybody should be, what you believe is like in your own mind should not ever be controlled by anybody else. So sometimes I would like to convince people to spend more time thinking about what they believe. I mean, I'm not want to change their belief, but at least have spent some time actually thinking about it.
Right. Right. And I've thought about it all my life whenever it comes to the concept. I was actually, for a while there, I was actually a former atheist for a long, long time, considered a pretty popular one in social media. But after having some experiences, which is not something I can repeat for my audience out there, obviously, that's why it's called a personal experience, I started being more open to the concept of the higher power. But there's also other things like me and you talked about this, Lucifer. There's a lot of Christians out there that state that only one God exists. Well, biblically, this simply isn't true. It seems as though there are other entities that also exist, and they're actually named biblically as well as in demonology and other texts.
Yes.
Absolutely. You're exactly right there, Brett.
The concept of one true God is no, that's not biblical at all. It's not biblical till like late in the New Testament. I don't even know if it really, but that's a church doctrine really more than a biblical text.
It's kind of tough to explain. It goes back to the whole First Council of Nicaea and Emperor Constantine. What we got in the Holy Bible, the Christian Bible, is a very selected collection of texts, and
that fit what they wanted to teach.
Yeah, they threw out a lot of different things that contradicted those texts. Mm-hmm. One of the big ones that they threw out was the Gnostic texts, the Gnostic groups. They didn't even allow them to show up to
like
the council.
Thomas.
The whole Gnostic.
I know James.
Allow them to show up.
I know like James and Thomas, and who I know some of them. Some of the Gnostics are James and Thomas, right? The Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of James.
Well, when you look at the Gnostic texts, when you actually look at them, they appear to be the oldest form of Satanism around. There's a lot of things there that a lot of Satanists, including LaVeyans like myself, or more theistic ones like Dr. Tom, will agree with. Now, Dr. Tom, he's a buddy of mine. He will go even older than the Gnostic text to Mesopotamian culture, Mesopotamia, Babylonian, and Sumerian cultures. He's very knowledgeable on that stuff.
See, I follow Dr. Josh Bowen, and you know what I'm talking about? His wife works with Bart Ehrman, but he is they're both Assyriologists.
Okay.
He has a PhD in Near Eastern religion study or Near Eastern studies or whatever. And
well, Tom there would probably at least be aware of them and whatnot, because that's his big specialty.
Yeah.
And he's a really good guy. He's a really good guy. We're hoping that he comes onto the show at some point he's been talking about it. So yeah.
Yeah, I like follow Dr. Josh. Digital Hammurabi is his channel, and they're both seriologists, and so there's just like, you know, I mean, there's so much stuff there that the people, the Christians in rural Kentucky have no clue about. You know what I mean? And I didn't either until after I became, you know, started becoming more skeptical. I started looking into all that, and it's just a whole lot. There's just so many layers to all of religion that it's just so not what they. It's not exactly what. And I don't say that there is no God, because first of all, it's unfalsifiable, and second of all, I wouldn't want to tell my mom there's no God. You know, she's almost 80 years old. She's, you know, she won't be around here much longer, and she's believed in God all her life and thought she was going to heaven. And there's no way I would go in there and say, "Oh, there's no heaven. You're not going to heaven."
My girlie's grandmother, we just buried her late last year, early this year. I can't remember. She was like 94. So that's not something that we're going to tell her.
Yeah, that's right. And, I mean, I believe that, you know, at my age, some people, even at my age, when I came across it, but I did it on my own. You know what I mean? It wasn't like somebody shoved it down my throat and you know, and said, "Hey, there's no God." I mean, I lost my belief on my own, and so I dealt with it pretty good. But, you know, taking away a lifelong belief in something like that right there can be very damaging to people.
What do you feel about we talked about magic a little bit earlier. What do you feel about the supernatural? Do you feel like that is something of value?
Yes, I actually do. And all I can say is, if there is a supernatural, any other supernatural, then witchcraft works just the same. You know what I mean? It is just as Bible of a ideal as any of the other ones. And I think the community is more accepting. Of course, it's kind of dominated by a lot of women, but there are men in it, and it's more tolerant of. I mean, I know y'all you may, from what our conversation the other day, and I really don't want to get on this, but I'm not LGBTQ in any way, but I'm fully supportive of their rights. And so, and I found that witchcraft was way more tolerant of that kind of situation right there.
It definitely is. The whole community is.
Yeah, and it empowers people. I mean, there is nothing more empowering than to feel like that you have some control over manipulating the universe, right? I mean, it's empowering.
Humans do it all the time, whether it wants to be through witchcraft or science.
Well, I mean, a lot of people don't have
sorcery or magic called one name or another. So
a lot of women, especially women, don't have the power, though. Is like we don't have that political, social power to do that, to control that, but witchcraft gives them that feeling of control. And I think even, you know, it's good for the meditation, you know, that I did, the mental, you know, and I even like doing spells. You know, I like doing spells. I always wanted to kind of do a group spell with, even though I wasn't in a coven, I would like to have done one just for the dancing and the drumming and all that kind of stuff. I do have my own drums, and I have
drums.
No, like drums for bongo drums.
Tom-toms, boom, 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 boom.
To do, you know, to build my cone of power up for a spell. I don't know if you know. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, Lucifer would probably be more on that, understand more of that than I would.
Well, you know, when you're doing a spell, or not everybody does everything the same way though, but this, I would make a circle, I didn't always use salt. I would use my wand, and I would like draw
Most
my
pagans, Brett, most pagans cast what's called a magic circle, and you can
Yeah.
use anything from a wand to minerals like salts or crystals, candles. Some experienced occultists can use just simply 2 fingers and direct their energy to cast a magic circle, but it's
Yes.
all intended to raise power into what is called the cone of power.
Where's the
Yeah.
power coming from? Is it
You
an
build it.
internal
Coming from
or
you.
external
It's
source?
You
It's
build
coming
it.
from you and the ritual that you're doing.
Yeah.
And then you direct that energy towards your target, and it's released. And after it's released, you dispel the circle. Now, Satanists, we don't use magic circles. This was something Anton LaVey was very against. He believed that if you're going to be calling on the forces of darkness, you're going to be summoning up demons and devils and whatnot. Why are you going to put a barrier in between you and them?
Yeah, that makes sense,
Things
'cause
that
that's
you're
what the
trying to
circle's
get
for.
on their side.
Yeah, that's what the circle's for. So that makes sense. That's what the circle is supposed to protect me from those energies.
Yeah, and we're, us being Satanists, we're like, hey, these guys are our friends. We're not going to hide ourselves from them.
See, I don't know much about the Satanists. Now, okay, this has not got nothing to do really with the devil of the Bible, right?
Say that again?
Like, is this the Satan of the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, I was thinking it. Well, I mean, it's based on a little better characterization of that. And so,
really
like,
quickly, sorry for interrupting you there, Robin.
it's okay. I'm sorry.
Rex, magic circles are not 3rd level magic. That is base beginner magic. It's one of the first things that you're taught in apprenticeship. Magic circle or circle casting is the ground basics before you learn anything else. I don't know where you got it being 3rd level, but he's talking D&D.
Okay.
Yeah, you reach levels.
Sorry, Rex, but we're not talking Dungeons and Dragons here.
So
go ahead, Robin.
Robin, I was wanting to ask you. It looks like Miss Maud's going to finally be able to manage to get in. Somebody put a bad spell on her internet, I suppose. But my question for you is, would you define the supernatural as something, either an event or life form that exists outside of the very laws of nature or beyond it?
My deal of it, and I probably would still stick with that one if I thought if I was to assume it was true, or even find out if the evidence I would look for would be more in the like ethereal just power of the universe. I don't know.
What I'm trying to get you to go with on this is this. Do you believe that is the definition of supernatural, or do you interpret it differently? Something that exists, whether it be an entity or an event that happened before laws even existed?
No, I think my definition would be something that is
outside the laws of nature,
more powerful than the laws, I guess. Beyond the laws, not really outside, because it can work inside too. I mean, I believe that my magic, affected life here on Earth. So it wasn't outside. It was just beyond a little bit. You know what I mean? It was like just super. You know what I mean? You've got natural and then supernatural. So it's like on steroids.
Would you interpret supernatural as something that exists outside of the laws of the natural?
Yes, a force, like force, or and I would like to use God sometimes too, but I really didn't see them as individual entities as much as energies or intentions, like the different planets. Like I said, I did planetary magic, so I would work with, like Venus and Saturn and Mars, and they were not so much as gods, but they were energies that would bring an energy to my spell for a specific intention. So if I was like wanting to cast some sort of love spell or a beauty spell or something, I would use Venus, the power, the energy from the planet Venus, and I would use all her correspondence and her favorite animals and her favorite herbs and her favorite stones, and I would put all of that into my spell as much as, and then times the days, and to where it just worked out to where everything was perfectly surrounded around to satisfying that energy that I wanted brought into my spell.
Well, I'm going to put something out there for you, and this will give you something to think about. And then I'm going to take a break for a moment, and you and Lucifer can talk about whatever you like, I suppose. I just need a little bit of a break. But do you believe in the Big Bang Theory, which is commonly believed by a majority of scientists as well as non-believers, and even a majority of Christians actually believe an event like the Big Bang happened? Do you believe that?
I don't know if I believe. I've never studied much about cosmology. I probably know more cosmology now than I ever know in my life. I still don't know much about it. I do accept the Big Bang because it is the accepted consensus among the people who really don't know anything about it. And I watch Base Theory, Grayson, and stuff, and he explains it very well. It says that the singularity or whatever, something existed. The Big Bang wasn't an explosion; it is the expansion. I don't know if you know that.
Well, some scientists back in the day actually used terms like explosion, like Albert Einstein and the priest who actually came up with it.
I try to feel like the people who are doing it now have gained more
right.
knowledge.
They're claiming that it expanded the universe, and the universe is still expanding. Let me throw something real simple out. I'm going to explain something in a simplistic way, and maybe you haven't thought of this before, and it might make you go, wow, I didn't think about it like that. If such a thing did exist, like a singularity, a powerful energy, this energy would have existed outside of the laws of nature because nature had not come into existence through the universe yet. That means that space and time and matter had not come into existence. Therefore, that would mean that the entire universe in itself is a supernatural event. It is outside the laws of nature because the laws themselves did not exist. Now, with that being said, and everybody's scratching their head going, oh, shit, that's pretty neat.
Actually, I've thought about that.
You have?
I mean, yes. I mean, before they say it makes no sense to say before the Big Bang, because that's when our local presentation of the universe began, and that's when space-time started, or began.
And nature. And without nature, remember, when nature came into existence, then the laws laid down along with it.
Laws of the universe and everything, like gravity and all that stuff began from the Big Bang, sort of. And so, but prior to that point at 14.6 billion years ago, when this expansion began, something existed that caused it. Either something caused it, or there was a causation. There was something there. There had to be something there. I kind of feel like I probably tend more towards the universe has always existed in some form or another. That maybe after it expands to so big, it'll finally all collapse back into the singularity, and then it will do it all again. I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Fair enough. But if you think about it, whether it recycles itself or goes back into this, if you think about what a singularity would have been like, it would have been a powerful ancient energy, powerful enough to create the universe, and it would have existed outside of space, time, and matter. If you think about it, that's the very attributes that most religious people give to God.
Yes.
So I will be right back. Miss Maud is here, and she can keep you company. I'm glad to see you, sweetie. I hope your day's been good. I'll be right back.
Hey, Miss Maud.
Hi, Missing.
Hey,
How you doing?
Good. Can you guys hear
Good
me?
evening.
Hello.
Don't mind me. I'm just playing some Halo 4.
Well, I was trying to see who's the other people. Those other people. Did they have anything? I've just been talking away.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I've been listening.
And
You
I'm
said
gonna
that
actually
you wanted to
break
ask
my.
me some questions, Robin.
Oh yeah, I wanted to know more about the yours. Okay, I have like a lady that I followed. Her name was Savannah. Okay, she is in New Orleans. She belongs to the Black Witch Coven, but she works with, and I don't want to say worships because she works with Lucifer as her that's her main deity or demon or whatever. Are you similar to that sort of? I don't really think she called herself a Satanist.
I'm a Satanist. I'm Anton LaVey.
I think she was like is it a Luciferian, maybe?
Well, there's Luciferians out there, and they're a slightly different thing. They're more in line with the Gnostic teachings. There's a couple different versions of Luciferians. You have your American Luciferians, which I don't really subscribe to what they teach because it's so broken up from the actual Luciferian text.
Yeah.
And then you got your European Luciferians, which belong to various secret societies, and they have like a shit ton of text that is just not made public. What American Luciferians have is just like a small fraction of what these guys have publicly.
I'm pretty sure she used like the Satanic Bible, or like that was one of her work, some of her.
Well, the Satanic Bible is definitely the gateway document that most Satanists read, and what it works as is it works as a mirror to ourselves. If we see ourselves already behaving and living our lives the way Anton LaVey describes in that book, then we just simply take on the mantle of Satanist. We don't try to convert or change who we are just to be a Satanist. No,
she's really just, if you ever want to take the look at her, check her out on Black Witch Coven. And her name's Savannah. She is awesome. But I learned so much from her because, even though I didn't exactly work with her system, she did a lot. She gave out a lot of information on like writing spells and creating spells.
I run an organization called the Satanic Thulian Society, which I threw a link out earlier from it to one of our pages. But if you're curious, I'll go ahead and throw the link back out.
I like reading. I like learning stuff. I like, I like to know the different systems. There's so much to learn inside that world.
My apologies. I'm still recovering from being sick.
There's just so much to learn inside that world. There's so much information. Just so many systems.
Yeah, this book called The Satanic Testament.
Yeah. I wrote the book called Satanic Testament, actually.
But I remember she worked with Lucifer in particular. Like most all the people that followed her had like one particular demon that they worked with.
This is my book, The Satanic Testament. It's over 500 pages long.
All right, so we got a new person in the room. Let me put up something real quick.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Robin, unfortunately, I don't know if Missing Mod told you about this, but I get people who like to scream racial slurs at me and yell at me. It's because of the whole Christian thing, but here it goes. Let's see. Yeah. Hello, Rex. Are you a good Rex, are you a good person?
You don't remember me, Brett? Now maybe I'll be an ass.
Rex.
Don't be an ass.
No, I'm a good person. I'm not going to flash nudity
Oh,
again, man.
yeah, I remember you. You're good people. You're good
Yep.
people. Yeah, you're more than welcome.
I would not break TOS.
Sweet. Well, I'm glad you came in, Rex. Where you been? It's been a long ass time.
Oh, man, real life, being an adult, doing boring shit.
Oh, no, not one of those.
I think I saw you. Were you on another channel a while ago?
Yeah, I kind of lurk. I go and talk in like Proverbs Guy and like Father Chuck. I'm all over the place.
Okay, you were on Gangster's channel a while ago. I think.
It might have been Father Chuck's, maybe.
I thought were we on Father Chuck's or Gangsters? I thought we were on we weren't on Gangsters channel.
Missing
I don't
Mod,
know.
did Father Chuck ever learn how to use his microphone properly?
Yes, actually, he did.
That's wonderful. Oh man, it was like listening to a snarling animal every time you got a hold of that thing. Ugh.
I love Father Charles though.
Yeah.
Father Charles is good people.
I like him and all that, but he used to breathe real heavily into the mic when people were talking. I'm like, you all right over there, Darth Vader? Relax there, fella.
I love Father Charles ASMR. It was great.
We can't hear him over Billy the truck driver.
Yeah.
Yes, Robin, I was there briefly. My internet sucks when I stream, so
Yeah,
yes,
I recognize
if
that
you're the same Robin, then
name.
yes.
Yes, that's me.
Now, Robin, when I seen you in the interview, I don't know if I didn't have my glasses on at the moment, but you had like some big red hair. Did you change that recently?
No, I had a wig on.
Oh, it's pretty cool. Kind of gave me back some of the vibes of the 80s and stuff. I love the hair of the 80s.
If I had known that I was going to be on here, but see, I just happened to be sitting here and I just happened to be on another show, which I had been on Gangster's channel. And then I went to Matters Now for a little while because I'm a mod over there and they were finishing up. And then I was had flipped on and I saw yours come up. And so that's why I jumped on. But, yeah, I have a big red wig.
Well, Robin, I hope you become a consistent guest. You're a very interesting person. And Missing Mod, you've gotten really good at graphic design. I love some of the creative side of some of your videos.
Thank you very much.
She is very talented.
Thank you.
Yeah, people, they see my face on video and they think it's a Halloween channel.
No.
The Mr. Demonic Brett Keane.
I keep on trying to get Missing Mod to come on over and do a centerfold for the Cloven Hoof, but she keeps on turning me down.
She told me that. She told me that you were trying to get her too.
Thank you, but yeah, no.
And there's nothing wrong with it.
Big Bad Mama might.
Hey, Big Bad Mama.
My addition to Cloven Hoof, Black Miller forgot to take his medication.
I don't think that needs to be its own edition. I think that's every edition.
I had to make a little joke out of it, all right?
Big Bad Mama's great.
So what do you think about spells and magic that intrigues you? I'd like to hear Lucifer on this as well.
Well, spells and magic, it's just, I don't know. It's just been something that's, when I was younger, it attracted me, the whole notion of being able to achieve things that I had no control over beforehand. But I think as time goes on, as we study the occult and we get into it more and more and more, we become less enamored with the use of spells and sorceries in a ritualistic sense, and we more realize that we can incorporate it into our everyday lives, and that we don't need to do a big ritual in order to cast a spell or to perform any sort of sorcery or magic. It becomes second nature to us.
Yeah. Because everything has intention. I mean, I know lots of witches that cook, you know, and they see their cooking as their magic, you know, because they cook.
That's my girlie right now. She's a kitchen witch.
Yes,
and she does all sorts of potions and tinctures and whatnot, and it helps. Trust me, it helps. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, whenever it comes to cooking, I must be a destruction warlock because I'll burn ramen noodle.
Oh, I
Okay.
love the foods.
Do you like Lucifer? What do you say a warlock is?
Well, a warlock is an Anglo-Saxon word. It means the original definition of the word meant liar, deceiver, traitor, all those dark connotations. But it gained a different reputation as well. A warlock became synonymous with a dark wizard or dark magical user that was a man. Hang on.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering because you know, like a lot of males don't want to be called warlocks because of that.
Well, if they're like in Wicca or Druidry or general paganism, no, they should not be calling themselves warlocks, especially if they're not really delving into the left-hand path. Myself, as a left-hand path practitioner, I can call myself a warlock because that is what I deal with. I deal with a lot of the darker arts, the darker magical sciences, and so a warlock is more of a correct term.
Have you ever done?
And Robin, I got a question for you both. Well, actually, anybody can answer this. If you could be given one divine power, I mean, just anything that you'd be able to do, but it could only be one thing, and you would not have to concentrate, you would not have to do rituals. It's just something you'd be able to do at the snap of a finger. What would that power be? Only one thing, remember?
Like all the time?
Yeah, anytime you want. You could just look at something and make something happen. What would that power be if you could only have one?
Transport.
I want power Kilgrave.
I would want to be able to transport
contradicting
from one spot to another.
Okay, you guys spoke all at the same time. Robin, let's go with you first, and then Lucifer, and then Mr. Baller.
I want to be able to pop from one place to another, like instantly. You know,
it's called teleportation.
Yeah, teleportation, transportation, whatever. That's what I would pick.
Now, remember, when I say any power, it could be immortality, resurrection. It could be just anything that you can imagine. So you want to teleport different places. That would definitely help me get to the gas station to pick up cigarettes easier.
That would help me get to Greece. That would help me get to, you know, just anywhere. I don't really want to live forever. I think that would get really, after everybody you knew had died, that would kind of be a really sad life. I always kind of like thought about what it would be like for the vampires, you know, how they live and just live and live. You would just, everybody you knew would die and you would just keep living. I don't think I want to do that.
Well, I guess Highlanders are out of the plan too, huh?
Yeah. I kind of think that maybe that, you know, I wish we could live to be a little older, maybe, you know, maybe a couple 100 years would be, and stay in pretty decent shape, you know, up till around 150 or something like that. That would be pretty cool. That would give you a lot longer to see the world and do things. But I think.
What about you, Lucifer? What would you do if you had the power?
Oh, I'd want the power of Kilgrave. Now, Kilgrave is a character from Marvel Comics, and he has the power to compel people to do whatever he wants just by talking to them. He just simply asks them to do something, and they immediately do it. He doesn't want them to blink. They won't blink. He doesn't want them to go buy a specific drink. They won't go buy that drink. He just simply has to talk to them, and they do exactly what he says.
What about you, Missing Mod? That sounds like a pretty powerful ability. What about you, Missing?
Probably like I don't know. I was thinking like Mystique, you know, where you could shapeshift would be fun, I guess.
There you go.
No.
Well, you're
What
gonna
about-
shape shift too, Mom.
What about you, Rex and Mr. Baller?
Which one, me or Rex? Which one you want to go first?
Oh, you go first, Mr. Baller, then Rex.
Me, I like to be kind of like how the Ghost Rider summoned Hellfire. The Ghost Rider.
Spirit
Like
of
to
energy.
ride a motorcycle and have flames coming out of your skull, huh?
Yes.
Oof. Well, that definitely would look cool for sure. What about you, Rex?
I'd probably go with omniscient, and then I would get all the other powers by default. If there was a way to get them, I would know how to do it.
Hey, that's pretty
Oh,
clever.
now that's a devious. That's cheating. That's cheating. But good one.
Oh, yeah, we got Bubblegum out there. Bubblegum, you going to join us?
Bubblegum wants to be a gnome.
So, Robin, the teleportation thing, are you simply wanting that so you could basically go anywhere in the world you want?
Yeah.
Well, where is 3 places that you really, really wanted to see?
I would like to go to Greece. I would like to go to Scotland. And I would like to go to maybe one of the Norwegian countries or Alaska would be nice. I would like to go to Alaska.
I don't mind.
Well, why don't you find out how much it would cost to go to these places and what it would take to stay there for a little while, and then open up like a GoFundMe and say, look, I'd like to get out and see the world. I've never been able to do this. What? There's people that ask for really stupid shit on GoFundMe.
I know.
Why can't
I'm
a
glad.
person go to Scotland?
2 kids in college. And milk to haul. Dairy cows do not ever take a day off. They work. They drink.
Oh, you got dairy cows?
No, I haul milk. That's what I do. That's what I do. I haul milk. I pick up milk at dairies. I have a pump on my trailer. I back up to the dairy barn and run my hose in there and hook it up to their milk tank, and I pump it on, and then I take it to the milk plant.
What's the price like on something like that?
Hey, Robin, do you ever watch Hoof GP?
Have what?
Do you watch Hoof GP on YouTube? Do you watch them?
Mm-mm.
I mean, I figure, you haul milk and work with dairy farms. That'd be a channel you'd really find interesting.
Why is it a milk channel?
He's a hoof trimmer. He's a hoof trimmer from Scotland.
Hoof trimmer. I don't have nothing to do with the hoof trimmers. I just know that the milk is usually down when the hoof trimmers come. The cows don't like it.
Well, what's this kind of milk taste like compared to what you buy at the store?
It's
very rich.
Yeah, it's got butter. It's got, it's still got all the cream and the butter fat and everything in it. So it's a lot richer. I drink it some. I don't bring it home because my daughter, because it's not been homogenized or anything. And so, there's if you're not used to drinking it, people who are like, I've got one barn that's a Mennonite barn, and they drink it all the time, and they're used to it. Like their intestines, are.
If you're not used to it, Brett, it will cause you some serious stomach aches. It can bind you up inside where you get really constipated.
Oh man!
You gotta be.
Plus, it's got bacteria.
You gotta teach your body to get used to it.
I was thinking that this might be a cheaper way to get some milk around here. I do love me some milk. I thought, hey, I'll just go up and stick a hose on a cow and get it out of there.
It's good though. It's really, really good. I mean, it's great to make ice cream with. Like if you want to make a homemade ice cream, you can pull cream off of the top there. My pump actually that I pump with, sometimes, when I get to the plant and I take the pump apart to wash it, there'll be like a big old chunk of butter, like where it's pumped,
Whoa! So I don't think I want to hear that.
Oh, it's good. I eat it. It's so good.
Bruh.
I mean, It's just like the best butter there is.
Can they? Do they usually make a product out of this material?
Yeah.
Well, where I take it to, it's a milk bottling plant. It goes into 5-gallon jugs. They they do all the processing to it, and then they bottle it in gallon jugs or whatever.
You guys are probably saying, Brett, you live in Missouri. How the hell do you not know this stuff? We got lots of cows and all that, and I get to smell them when I drive by, but I never got involved with them, like that.
You have milk plants in Springfield, and there's another one there down that way. There are 2 big plants that I know I've been to in Missouri. I'm trying to think of where the other one is, but I know where those 2 are anyway. There's one in Springfield, and I can't think of the other name of that town where it is.
Hey, Sea Science, can we have a link to Reed's his oh God, forgive me. Can we have a link to the video that you're talking about there, Sea Science? It's from last week.
Does it have to do with cow pumping?
And I don't know if y'all got, but tomorrow Mark is having an open room tomorrow night. He's having a reverse room rumble, and it's he's going to have different topics every week. Tomorrow night is going to be on some definition of God. There's no particular God. He just wants he wants to have discussions on what people think God is and stuff. And Brett, I don't know if he sent you a message or something, if he got hold of you, but I know that he was planning on inviting you and Lucifer in.
Well, I haven't got any information from him yet. I know he put one of our clips up or something because Lucifer told me that. But
yeah,
he's been on my show a few times, and I enjoy his company.
Yeah, well, he told me he was meaning to ask you. So it's tomorrow night. I'm not sure exactly what time. I can look it up here in a minute, but it's an open mic. It's going to be like a reverse. He does the room rumbles where he goes into, and he said that what it is, he's doing it, and he's inviting the people that he's invaded their rooms. So, and I know he specifically said that you were welcome to come.
Well, I do appreciate that, but I gotta admit, it confuses me whenever non-believers want to bring me into a room where the concept of the discussions about God, because it's like, if you don't believe in God and you don't believe in an afterlife, shouldn't there be better things a person ought to be doing besides talking about something they don't think exists?
Like, for example,
I have
plenty of subjects out there.
I don't spend hours a day talking about Harry Potter, although I think it's interesting. I don't believe it to be real.
Mark's intrigued by that. He likes learning what everybody thinks about stuff like that.
That's fair enough.
He's how he is. He's he's respectful on people's beliefs. He's pro science, that's for sure.
You ever seen Hellraiser? And how, like, in the first Hellraiser movie, they have this doctor who's a therapist, and he's psychologically treating the main character because the main character.
That correction there, Darth. That was the second Hellraiser movie.
Oh yeah, it was the second one. But he's pretending. But the psychiatrist is pretending to be empirical scientist. It doesn't appeal to the supernatural, but in secret he's really deep into the supernatural, and that's what I think is happening with Mark.
You think Mark is undercover, basically into the occult and all that?
Yeah, he's a closet theist.
He's bald. All occultists, you ever seen the robes? They tend to be bald.
Mark's never been a theist. He wasn't raised like that. He was raised in woo, though. He did used to believe in crystals and things. He did have a period of that. That's his mom was into that kind of stuff.
I'm not trying to be pissy or anything, but I have noticed repeatedly. I've been doing YouTube off and on for about 20 years, and I've seen atheists do hangouts for 10 hours talking about God, something they don't believe in. They're just like, if there is a God, he's mean. It's like, wow, 10 hours of this? Seriously? Hey, see Science, how are you doing?
Exactly, because I don't believe in evolution.
I'm well. How are you all tonight?
Oh, see,
I'm doing all right. I'm glad to see you. I hope you enjoy the conversation.
Likewise, Brett. I just found your show. I like it. I'm a fan already, so glad to be here.
Sweet. Robin, I hope that I didn't offend you by what I was saying about seeing those hangouts and shows like that. It's just weird.
You could you can't, Brett. You will have to do so much more to offend me. I understand, and it's sort of it is sort of a I don't know, a anomaly among us. We kind of, but
I mean, it's not really that anomalous because you have people like, I guarantee right now you can find someone talking about Star Wars indefinitely, and no one, at least most sane people, don't think that they have any midichlorian flowing through their veins. So people talk about things that interest them, whether or not they believe they exist.
Well, I mean, I think religion and people's gods are more impactful than Star Wars to my life.
Well, they created a Jedi religion, according to my friend Lucifer. I didn't even know that.
And a Sith religion.
People believe
Sithism.
Their actions. They vote based on their beliefs. They're my neighbor. My neighbor interacts with me based on their beliefs. The society I live in is affected by people's beliefs, and so I think the better you understand people's beliefs and you understand where they're coming from and why they hold those beliefs and everything, then and the more we talk about them, hopefully the cream will come to the top, whatever that is, and the bad ideas will be pushed aside. That's all I hope.
Well, the other thing is, though, is I'm not convinced that a majority of people who claim to be atheists are actual atheists anyway. And I'll give you an example of that. If I were to ask you right now, do you believe in the possibility of God? Do you believe in the possibility?
Yes. I don't believe. I hold a spot that knowing that it could be possible. I do not say a God is impossible. I don't think it's probable. And I don't think that if that God exists, like as in a being, just like, a being that it cares, like, what I eat or something like that.
Well, what you just said there is more on the lines of either deism or agnosticism. And the reason why I say that is because the classic definition, and remember, I was a former atheist, so I know the definition well.
Classic
is
philosophy.
one who lacks a belief in deities. If you say you believe in the possibility that there may be a deity, you're no longer an atheist. That's the quickest conversion I've had.
I don't believe that they exist, but I do not. Okay, like classic philosophy says that an atheist is a person who says there are no gods. Where I'm more of a Matt Dillahunty sort of atheist that says that atheist just means that I lack a belief. And but classic philosophy, you actually are putting forward sort of a positive claim of there not being a God, and right. I don't hold to that.
But how does one be able to hold the statement, I lack a belief in deities, but I believe in the possibility of God? Or God?
I hold a spot that is possible. It's unfalsifiable. So I just really kind of look at it as there's just, until the skeptic in me has been trained to not accept the claim, especially, a mundane claim is one thing. If Mrs. Maud tells me she bought a new car, then I have no reason to disbelieve and not believe her. unless she's just somebody that has repeatedly lied to me. There's no good reason not to believe her. So I can believe Miss Malbakar. But when you say there's a God that doesn't like me to eat bacon and doesn't like me to have sex with women, then I sit back, and that's a whole lot more for me to accept and believe without any evidence than if Miss Malbakar.
As long as the God doesn't make any kind of rules, you'd be fine with it, basically.
I mean, I don't care. I mean, if there's a God, there's nothing. I mean, it doesn't matter if I'm fine with it anyway. You know what I mean? And I'm like Hitchens, I used to say, and you know, if heaven exists, I like surprises. But
there you go. It's fair enough. Lucifer said he had a question.
Yeah. Now I keep on hearing this whole thing. Something's not falsifiable. Well, here's my thing about that. Why are we using this terminology? Why are we using this language? Because if something isn't falsifiable, if we listen to how it's being stated there, then that means it is definitively true. Am I correct?
No.
Please explain.
If it's unfalsifiable, then it means that you can never prove it. You can never. Not, I hate to say prove, because that's not really but you can never, show it to be true. In science, we don't prove like evolution. You try to falsify it, and when you fail to be able to falsify something, that's when you begin to gain confidence in it, when it can survive falsifiability. And so,
okay.
But then here's the thing.
It's not falsifiable.
Here's the thing, though. Anything can be put through that sort of testing. Anything. If we can conceive of it, we should be able to test it.
Okay, how do you falsify God?
How do you falsify God?
Yeah.
Look around you.
What does that mean?
Simply look around you. Look at literature and lore.
What you're talking about writings? Okay.
I'm talking about life in general.
I'm talking, but life in. Okay, look at the trees. Is that your argument?
Something had to do some sort of intelligent design.
Okay, but that's just like
I'm being devil's advocate here.
That's the argument for incredulity.
My whole point is we're using a sort of a terminology that really doesn't make any sense. I'm not saying that there is or isn't a deity. Personally, I believe there is, but the whole usage of the wording, it's unfalsifiable. If you fail to believe in it, if you don't believe in it, then you've just falsified it.
So what is the best method that is known to exist for investigating something?
Well, I would say if we're going to go the science route on this, trying to prove the supernatural, I think what Lucifer said is pretty interesting. But I think one of the reasons why people go that route, and I know for some atheists when they hear, look at the trees, look at the bees, look at the snails and the whales. Well, here's this. Scientifically, has it always been known, has it always been common knowledge that life comes from life? According to the laws of the universe, is life always comes from life?
Science hasn't always existed. I mean, we haven't had the scientific method but like a couple hundred years now.
But what we do know, scientifically,
100 years. You're correct there, but that doesn't mean.
Okay, but we don't really know how life came about. I mean, we don't.
I'm not talking about that. We do know from observation and repeatable instances, which is the tactics of science, that life has always come from another living form. We have never witnessed life come from a rock or an inanimate object
we can okay.
Go ahead.
So but you know that's not what evolution says, that we came from a rock.
Well, abiogenesis claims that, according to a lot of like science.com and livescience.com, which is a pretty reputable science website, it is claiming that there was some chemicals that came out of rocks, and that those chemicals went into the water and got into some vents and then started mutating and changing into life forms, and then of course billions of years later became sentient.
Yeah, okay.
Right, but like you put syrup that comes out of trees onto your pancakes, you're not eating a tree.
I mean,
now you got me hungry.
I can't even say the word. But no, we haven't worked out that. But we do know that evolution occurred. I mean, we are very confident in that, and we have.
Well, I'm not very confident in that.
Kent Hovind would disagree with you on there.
I know, but Kent Hovind doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, well, let's try that then. You do believe that abiogenesis? You do.
I don't know how it started.
Well, you do believe that abiogenesis is considered the first evolutionary process, what started the game, right?
But I think the more fundamental question is, do you even think that's even logical?
I don't care. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what we have evidence. We have evidence.
We don't have any evidence. We don't have evidence of abiogenesis, which is the first thing.
We have like 5 out of 10 steps that we can produce, but we don't know the circumstances that came about. Like it could have began in the vents of the ocean. It could have began in a puddle. It could have began in. I mean, we don't know, and we will probably never know that because.
But look, you said we had 5 steps. You said we had 5 steps, and now you're saying it could have happened in a pond.
Well, I mean, that's what they say. I mean, that's what if somebody like Grayson.
But you haven't actually. The point is, though, you haven't actually observed it, though, have you, Robin? You're doing
no,
this.
None of us have observed it. It happened. You know, it happened. It may have happened more than once, but it happened so long ago. What?
I think the main problem is we don't even keep observing it because somehow abiogenesis is no longer happening. So the atheists will say, you know, millions of years ago there was many examples of abiogenesis. You know, of non-sentient elements arranging themselves into complex computer-like systems.
I mean, I can't say what happened because I don't know.
But somehow this is no longer observable in current time. You know, basic elements halfway to a cell. We don't see that anymore.
I'm not a physicist, but I do. I don't know how it happened. I know it happened. We're here.
Well, Robin, that's the main issue, you know, and I hope that you don't believe that we're getting down on you, but there's a lot of atheists out there, especially in social media, where they talk as though they know these things. They talk as though there's so much information and so many positive assertions are made that there can't be no possibility or probability for God. And that's when things start having a conflict. You and we're having a great conversation, and I'm learning a lot from you. But this is the whole point. Let me share something with you guys real quick. Can somebody read that out loud real quick, please?
Okay, and how many Christians have started to know?
Probability that organic structures and the most precisely harmonized reactions that typify living organisms would be generated by incident is 0. Ilya Prigogine, Nobel Prize winning chemist.
But we have a whole field of study about abiogenesis. The people who study it every day and work on it. So I'm going to say,
you know what that means.
Not everybody, not all of them agree with him.
You do realize that if a bunch of scientists go into a lab and they create the environment and the variables and the conditions required in order to create something that looks similar to life, that still means that a mind was required in order for that to happen, though. You agree?
Yeah, and you can put your God there. That gap right there, anybody is welcome to put their God in there until we find out something different. That's a gap where God can go.
But that's
No,
the thing.
I do want to point out
There's
that I did
nothing I
not
can
even
do about
mention.
that.
I didn't mention God in any of this, but you did because you knew that there was a spot open there.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And I don't know what happened. I'm not a physicist or a chemist or even a biologist. I like to play one every now and then, but I do not know nothing about abiogenesis really, other than what I have. Like people like Grayson who understands it a whole lot better than me. I watch him and Mark and them, and I'm not even sure Mark knows much about abiogenesis, and so I do know that they think they will probably never likely for sure know how life came about on this planet, because any evidence of that life is gone that would show us how it began. We may be able to even start life, but that doesn't mean that that's the way it started then.
But you do know, you do have the knowledge.
Evolution.
Robin, you do have the knowledge that life requires life in order for life to exist. I mean,
I don't have that knowledge. I mean, it makes sense.
Of course
yes.
you do.
It
How do
makes sense.
babies come in the world? How do some of those inconveniences
These were
we
not
talked about
babies.
earlier?
I mean, complex humans, today's modern human infants are not what life was 14.6 whatever or 5 point.
Has it ever been observed that life comes from non-life? Once, just once.
No, I mean we've had proteins that and see, I'm just repeating. We've had proteins that like will come together and stuff like that. But no, and we have not even been able to produce a cell.
I'm not trying to. I hope you don't take offense to this, but I got a thing of peanut butter sitting in my fridge. It's got a lot of protein in it. Been there for a while, and it still hasn't crawled around and spoke to me yet.
But we know life came about somehow, and it's just kind of. I mean,
But the question is,
it seems like the atheist
came about somehow.
As a person that does not believe in God, I'm expected
just
to know.
incidental?
I'm expected to be able to explain how the universe began, how life began, how it evolved, and I mean, and just because I don't have belief in God, I'm expected to know chemistry, physics, astronomy.
That's kind of like the same. I hope you're not feeling that we're trying to put you in that position, but that's what religious people feel like. We're expected to know this and this and this, even whenever a lot of these religions claim that the God is mysterious, has a mind of its own, does its own thing, but somehow we're supposed to offer it on a platter. See,
I don't expect that at all. In fact, I think that if you claim to be able to know all that you probably don't. I'd much rather they say, I mean, I don't see how they can claim to know that. To me, that's
the thing is, they're not being rational. But that's the biggest thing, though. Religion isn't rational, is it?
I mean, Robin, you're taking what Grayson and Mark Reed. You're taking that on faith.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not taking it on faith. I'm not asserting that any of that's true, but I do believe in. I do accept evolution, and I did not learn evolution from either one of them.
Well, you don't know you don't know if Mark Reed and Grayson is true, so it's on faith.
What did I accept that Mark Reed said it was true?
What do you feel Grayson has said about evolution that is true? Give us a.
I don't get my evolutionary theory from Grayson.
Well,
I mean,
you said you listened to him and you.
I listened to him, but I've learned evolution a long time before Grayson. I mean, I saw the evidence.
Can we just slow it down here, because I feel like everybody it's seeming like we're ganging up on.
Yeah, we'll relax.
We're not trying to gang up on you there, Robin.
Y'all probably
I want to break into. I want to break into this discussion.
Planet with you, and you try to get me to tell you how it's life began.
No, I want to break into this topic really quickly, and because when we talk about this, we're talking about religion in general, everything from science, evolution, Christianity, atheism. even politics, it's all religious in one way or another. It's a belief system that we as individuals adopt.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree that evolution. If you study evolution and you understand the evidence and the process that works, that it's a belief system. You are basing that on evidence. System.
As much as and I'm an evolutionist. Don't get me wrong. I am an evolutionist. I do believe in evolution. But there is that word, believe. It is a belief that it is correct.
Well, yes.
Kent Hovind pointed out one thing. If nothing else, Kent Hovind points out one big factor, that all of this is going by supposition. Supposition that certain information is correct. And it can be defined in many different forms.
And you think they're compatible, they're equal? You think that
it's subjective.
If you understand evolution, if you study evolution and you know, you've seen the evidence of the forms.
But obviously, there are other people who don't see it the same way you might.
Okay, but they haven't. I don't believe Ken Hovind has looked at it that way. I believe that if you ask me if I come from a strawberry, that you are just flat out.
Well, you said yourself you've hung out with flat earthers.
And I do.
Do you believe the Earth's flat?
No.
Okay.
I think.
But do you believe that they believe that the Earth is flat?
I told them the cats would have already pushed everything off the edge if they were.
Okay, that's a good argument right there.
I mean,
so that's another thing too, Robin. Is I've heard a lot of non-believers say that science and religion, it has too much conflict with it. There's no harmony there, but that's not exactly true too. What non-believers have claimed. 98% of the most revolutionary scientists throughout time have been theistic.
Christian.
They've either been pagan, Muslim, or Christian, or Jewish in some sense.
But they're not now.
I'm going to provide even Darwin himself said in his book called Descent of Man that evolution is only possible through a higher power. Here's over 1,000 quotes of scientists throughout time that spoke highly of God as well as of different religions out there. And that shows that. So you're saying that all the thousands of years before, whenever all this was come up, did you know it was actually a Christian who actually came up with the very tenet of science?
Yes.
You're aware that it was a Christian who actually came up with the Big Bang Theory.
But I understand all that. Yes, it was a Catholic priest. Yes.
So why do you believe there's some kind of conflict there? If somebody believes there's a higher power,
I'm not basing my beliefs on none of those people. But the thing about it is if you go now and I'm just going to say this, but this is not why I don't believe because of this. But if you go now to the Academy of Sciences and you find out how many of them are theists, it's 6%.
So it's a popularity?
6%.
Well, we already, me and Mr. Bubbles and Lucifer, we already realize there's plenty of documentaries out there, especially like there was a film a while back called Expelled, where they fire people nowadays who even mention the concept of God. Even John Lennox, it's a documentary called Expelled, where constant people. What do you mean where?
Like, where is this place where this is happening at?
Academia, universities.
Yeah, it's happening all over academia, where basically,
So
if you believe in a God, they're not gonna.
Yeah.
Well, this isn't a problem exclusive to Christians. I mean, lots of people are getting canceled for thought crimes.
You don't think that none of our college professors are theists?
Very true, Rex.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a guy named Kenneth Miller out there that taught university classes and all that, and he believed in God, but he also believed in evolution. He believed that God actually got the process going, but because he kept mentioning God behind it, they ended up putting him out of there.
Okay, he was making assertions that he believed, but I understand people want to put their God there, but there's no evidence yet to say that that's exactly where it goes.
So you're justifying him getting fired, though.
you're not teaching it correctly. But I don't know that person. But I
what's
know
what's the
that
guy's name, Brett? I'm going to look it up so I can see why he was fired.
I know
His name
almost
is Kenneth
every.
Miller.
I know that, like I said, atheists are the least trusted over rapists in the whole United States. So I have a hard time believing all the college professors are atheists.
Why?
Well,
I think
why most atheists are not trusted anymore. Because most of the
trust
time,
other atheists. I trust other atheists.
Well, most of the time, atheists are the ones out there pushing stuff like legalizing pedophilia.
No, we do not legalize pedophilia. Where in the hell do you
normalizing
like
it? Normalize it. Well, if you take a look at
Brett,
NAMBLA, you ever heard of
of
NAMBLA?
Have you ever heard of the Catholic Church?
I have, and it's nothing
the
compared to
Baptist
NAMBLA.
Convention. That's where the
Catholic
pedophilia
Church
is.
The Catholic Church does not teach to go out and molest children. There are pedophiles
No, they
that
don't
get into
teach
the
it.
church.
They just pay
But
for
NAMBLA, which
for
is actually founded by atheists, actually invented child porn magazine.
What's founded by atheists?
Brett, actually provide the links. Let's show some clips.
Sure.
Let's back up what the claim.
Sure. No problem.
And the Klan was founded by Christians. I mean, there are idiots on every side of the field.
Okay. No
Definitely
atheists I know
not gonna
supports
argue that point,
pedophilia.
Brett.
And I know that Christians don't support pedophilia either. But if you want to go to where the pedophilia rings are, the Catholic Church has been doing it for thousands of years, probably.
Here you go, right here.
Hundreds
So
of
Drag
thousands
Queen Story Hour isn't
Drag Queen
child,
Story Hour is
child
reading
indoctrination.
books.
So
Isn't
you're
it by
saying that's not child
non-believers, though?
indoctrination.
Isn't
It's
that
reading
by atheists?
books.
So you're not saying that's subliminal.
Subliminal?
Is
It's
it
still not
atheists
pedophilia.
who are doing
It's
that?
pedophilic.
Is it atheists that are doing that?
A man
it's not
dressing in
pedophilic.
women's clothing is not pedophilic.
Reading a book is pedophilic?
How are they dressing?
Come on
Brett, can you
now.
bring up some screenshots that I know you got sitting around all this?
Brett,
Hey,
I've enjoyed this
Lucifer, I
conversation.
went ahead and I posted the link
Yeah, this
where
is going
NAMBLA
on.
is
Yeah, I'm gonna
actually.
go. Yeah, can we bring this in?
We're
This is getting
getting
rough.
too weird for me. I can't deal with these.
It's most like
Fox
it's
News
uncomfortable for you guys to talk
claims,
about it.
okay? I
Now,
don't live in
Robin, I don't
America.
mind. Robin, I don't mind you mentioning that Catholics have had some pretty bad people, and there's been people in all
But it
kinds of
wasn't.
different branches.
It's not all
of churches.
Christians. But it's
fine.
not atheists don't support pedophilia.
But NAMBLA is actually an atheist organization. That's the point.
So is what has that got to do with atheists, though? He said atheists support
There you go.
pedophilia.
Did you look at the link I gave you, or is it's
One,
not Bob?
you're talking about one. No,
So-
I will look at it.
Right?
But
Do you
one
support
organization-
white
All
supremacy?
right, I'm
You
going to
think
be
white
sharing my
supremacy?
screen, guys. Brett, if that's okay, can I share?
Sure.
All right.
Brett, I'm gonna go because I cannot deal with these kind of crazy claims.
Well, you're
there's-
not looking at the information or
No,
evidence,
no,
Robin.
because it's just crazy stuff. To say that atheists support pedophilia. I mean, that's just like
We
me
didn't say all
saying.
atheists did that.
I don't say he said.
All right. So this is what Brett is.
Bye, y'all.
Hold up.
I'm
This
not gonna.
See you later, Robin. Afraid of the evidence? Sorry to hear about that. Bye-bye.
No, I'm
This isn't
sorry that you
evidence.
think anecdotal evidence of one deal here. But I gave you an anecdotal evidence. I gave you two: the Baptist Convention and the Catholic
Robin,
Church.
there's no reason
Have you
to.
got two?
And
Have you
yes,
got two?
can. I could probably count off even more Christians than you did whenever it comes to that stuff, and I don't endorse that
Okay,
any
so
more
then
than I
why
endorse
are you-
drag queens who twerk in front of children. Now, come on, relax there.
Look, there is a difference between a drag queen reading a book and a drag queen dancing. And who the fuck said I supported drag queens anyway? I don't even understand why because I'm
We're
an
not
atheist.
saying
I'm
that
now
you endorse
saddled with
drag
defending.
queens.
Not only do I have to know how life began and how the universe began, now I'm supposed to defend
No, we
drag
don't
queens
expect
and
that from
everybody
you.
Well,
else.
Robin, that's not a problem.
We like you, Robin. We dig
Okay.
you, and we hope
Well,
that you
then
stick
bother to
around.
ask me
We're
what my
sorry
beliefs
if you
are.
become offended. We're sorry and
then-
apologize if you become offended by any of the comments that we've made. We're sorry.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you. And
Well,
I apologize if I've offended you. I just don't want to support nobody's beliefs but my own.
Okay,
Okay,
Robin.
fair enough. So, Lucifer, you seen the information?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys had it up on your screen or whatnot, because I couldn't see what was up there or anything. But
It's too
I was
small for me.
highlighting some of the words that was coming up. If you want, I can reshare the screen.
No one doubts that he's correct that NAMBLA was started by an atheist. It just not. It doesn't. I just don't. It doesn't. What's the point?
I mean,
Well,
if
it
that's
just
pedophilia, I don't care
sounds
what
like
it
you
is.
guys it's like
He
that
has
you guys are trying to
problem.
cover up this past.
He needs help, and he needs to be away from kids. I don't
There
care
you
if
go.
he's atheist, if he's a theist, if he's a deist, if he's a
The problem,
Muslim.
Robin, the problem is that most of the people who are pushing for things like NAMBLA and the pederasty, is that what it is?
That's
Yeah,
people who are
pederasty.
just attracted, but they supposedly don't go on
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
they're
act.
trying to normalize it. The problem is that the
Great.
people
Go
who
ahead
are
and link your
pushing that
evidence.
the most
Link your evidence
are
for that
coming
statement.
from the
I'm sure you have
drag-
hardcore facts
drag
for
queen
such
story
a
hour.
dramatic statement.
Drag Queen Story Hour is
Drag Queen Story Hour is not
Yes.
pedophilia. So
Yes,
even
it
if
is. It-
even if that's
par-
correct,
par-
you're wrong.
I'm gonna go ahead and look it up.
Who is this
Give me a
person
few
that's
minutes.
who is this person
Yeah.
that's arguing?
It's Bubble. He's a troll. I don't know why Brett's letting him go.
No,
but
who
he
are
does.
you?
No,
that
Bubbles
Lucifer?
is cool. Relax there, Rex. I don't know why you're getting all excited over there for.
Bubble likes to aggravate me.
I'm not excited. I'm just saying, if you're going to make outrageous claims, provide your outrageous evidence.
It's not outrageous
I
to state
provided
that.
evidence.
Okay, I mean,
You
then
guys
most
can't-
most
you guys
Christians
can't
like
possibly-
beating people to death.
Most people in here who are trying to be rational realize that no matter what group you name, there's going to be blood on somebody's hands. There's going to be evil found in every group somewhere, some way. That's not what we're arguing about here. You brought up Catholic priests. We brought up NAMBLA. I don't think it would be a normal day if atheists and religious people didn't throw who's the worst out
you
there
brought
for a
up those
moment.
people first.
You got to do it for about 5 minutes at least. I
got
think
accused.
it's healthy.
I was told that atheists support pedophilia before I said anything about the Catholic Church.
Right. That correct. That was the first statement made, which put us on, I guess, just trying to figure out why. I'm not saddling you with all the baggage of every deist ever, so I don't know why you saddling the baggage of bad atheist.
And that's what I was gonna say too. Is Robin didn't even mention the Catholic Church until Lucifer kind of made that statement out left field that all atheists support pedophilia or something. I don't know, but so I just wanted to say hi to you guys. Like, good Monday evening, missing mod.
Just to be clear,
Emilio,
I didn't say all
Darth,
atheists
Lorraine.
supported it. I said a vast majority of certain ones that are supporting it were atheists. That's
what I heard. I didn't hear you say
Yes.
all atheists are like that.
No, I didn't say you said all, but you said a vast majority, so you must have some evidence for that statement. That's all I'm asking.
Well, the evidence that most atheists tend to do.
I said a
lean
vast
left.
majority of the ones that were supporting it were atheists.
He said
So
atheists
I think
support
people are mixing
pedophilia.
up what I was trying
There
to
was no other kinds of defining terms. Atheists support pedophilia. That's what was said at first.
That's what I thought I heard too.
Yes,
That's what I heard.
That's exactly what was said. Atheists support
I see science,
pedophilia.
by the way.
If that's how it came out, then I apologize. That's not exactly
Mr.
what I
Mott.
meant to say. I've been sick. I haven't been thinking right.
Hi, Robin.
Mr. C Science, your microphone keeps breaking up.
that?
I don't know what the deal is with that.
See science.
Oh, hi,
Talking to
see
you.
science.
Yeah,
So
it's
we're all in
okay.
agreement. Your belief on a deity or lack thereof does not affect your belief on how children ought to be treated. Correct?
Right. I'm a victim of childhood sexual abuse.
So am I. I've talked about it many times. Yep.
So I don't
Yikes.
have any, I do not support that at all. But I do not jump to the conclusion that is everything that's going on all the time either. I've heard a lot of people be accused that that's not what's happening, and then the people that they're not accusing of it are the ones that are doing it. I don't want to bring up the Catholic Church again, but I've had a lot of people I know who are Catholics that have hollered around about the drag queen story hour, but they're tithing a church that is still using their tithing money to pay the legal fees for the priest that molested the children. So I don't follow that. I don't follow fear mongering news. I try to go with some sort of evidence on that.
Well, besides the pedophile issue, did you check out the link I provided you with the thousands of scientists who have been theists?
I know there have been. Probably most all of them have been.
We ended up getting into the topic of religious people being fired.
I mean, like one of the man who worked out the human genome is a Christian. You know what I mean? He's the one that discovered the human genome and you know, learned how to read the genome. He's a Christian.
So, I mean, the reason why it even got brought up is because you sounded for a moment there like you were stating that if a person believes in a higher power, this is going to conflict with science.
No, I never said that.
So you do believe that a religious person could be a great scientist?
Yes. Oh, yes.
All right. All right. Well, we got all that cleared up then. See, that wasn't hard.
I think the fundamental problem is that when you go into science, you're supposed to be neutral from all your viewpoints and just check the data. And you have people on every side. You know, I'll just say Kent Hovind. He's going to go in. He's going to look for ways to falsify and make his view correct. So he's not going in neutral. He's going in with a presupposition. He'll admit that. He believes the Bible is true, and he's going to look for that to be the case. And everything
is a political scientist neutral?
Well, that's the thing.
You're supposed to be.
Well, that's the thing. You're supposed to come in neutral, but you do not have to end up neutral, and that's the big difference.
You can't be neutral, but you're supposed to get rid of as many biases as you can. You're supposed to work
exactly. And I want to make a quick statement to Big Mama. No, I'm not backpedaling. If I misspoke, if I misstated something in the wrong order, which I admit I can very well possibly do, then I apologize for it.
I accept your apology, and I apologize if I got ill with you.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I don't mind being called out if I say something wrong. You know, if I say something wrong, like I did not mean to say every single atheist supports.
You didn't say that. You just said atheists support pedophilia. That's all. There was no defining.
What I had meant to state, what I had intended to state, is that the vast majority of the people who are pushing to normalize or legalize pedophilia is that most of these people identify as atheists.
What like in the southern red states, child marriage is more prevalent and more legal. Now Kentucky's pretty good. Kentucky's like 16 with consent, but then, you know, there's Tennessee actually tried to remove all illegal age limits last year, and it didn't pass to their state house. They wanted to, so there would be no minimum age requirement to get married for children.
So I know what the Bible says about age of consent and about when a woman can marry. What's the Satanic Bible? Does it have an opinion on that? Does it talk about when a woman is able or becomes an adult?
No, not in general. Mostly we state that, go by the country's laws on that. Basically, you walk as a wolf in sheep's clothing, and you abide by the laws of the area that you're living in or that you're in order to address that. So if the laws state that something is legal, then it's legal. If it doesn't, then you don't do it.
But you must certainly have your own moral judgment, right? I mean, so if the laws say it's okay to marry a 13-year-old, are you going to marry a 13-year-old because it's legal?
I personally wouldn't, but that's just me because I find them too immature, mentally immature. Physically, if we look back about 100 to 200 years, that was, perfectly legal. That was actually considered prime marrying age.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it was good. I mean, we actually have learned more about
also look bodies. At the time frame. Look at Game of Thrones, for example.
I know, but we've learned more about what's good for people's bodies.
As soon as a girl had her first menses, she was to be married off. That was medieval times. And that still happens.
Still that way.
Yeah, there's still plenty of places in the world that do that even now.
But we now know that a girl's body, even though she may have started her menses, her actual body is not matured enough until like between 15 and 16, and so we push it up to 18 most of the time before it's actually safe, because having children before her body has fully developed, because she's not developed yet, even though she started her
look
period,
how long our lifespans are now. I mean,
she hasn't
compared to back
developed,
then,
and so like having
compared to
children
sometimes back
will kill
then,
her.
you lived a long time if you made it to your 30s. Back then,
That's right.
they just didn't live very long. So as
we
soon
know
as a
it's
girl
bad.
was capable of doing it, they were married off.
We know
Yeah,
it's
I was going
bad.
to say, I know somebody who had a baby got pregnant at 12, and she, like, that's her most healthy kid now. You know?
Well, that's an antidote, though, Missy Maud. That's not a common. I mean, that's not the percentage of what happens. I mean, when in women,
Well, this actually deals with genetics. So the reason people when they get
how long the person develops.
So for example, if somebody has a kid in their 30s, they are more likely for that child to suffer from sort of disease because mutations have accumulated. And so it's better for them to have it when they're 18, because they haven't infested with mutations.
No, it's not. It's not better for women to have kids at 18. They're not even mentally mature enough, really, most of them, to not have
it's better when
kids
it's better. No,
when you
genetically,
get
the shape you're in. Like
Okay,
your
genetically,
age,
it's better.
you're in better shape.
When you get in your 40s, yes, in your 40s, yes, you have more chance of birth defects and everything. But the 30s, there is no
30s.
warning.
No,
There's
30s,
no warnings in 30s.
The 30s is when you start graying.
Okay, I'll kind of stick to my knowledge,
It's a
not
troll.
yours. Thank you.
Well, Bubbles is a troll. That you gray? That your hair turns gray in your 30s?
Yeah, you start getting gray hairs at 30s.
I didn't get gray hairs till my 40s. Oh boy, you're wrong.
Well, you guys are all lucky. I started getting gray hair.
About 14.
Yeah, I started getting gray hair around that. I got premature gray hair. I was looking like Richard Gere from a young man.
I see somebody in the 32
when
look like 40.
When do gnomes get gray hair?
Gnomes, you say?
Robin, you believe in gnomes?
When you paint them that color, I suppose.
Gnomes start developing gray hair at about 300.
Are we going back to D&D?
No, actual fairy lore. Look in Germanic fairy lore. They live for hundreds, if not thousands of years. They usually start developing their gray hairs at about anywhere 200 to 300 years old in Germanic lore, man. Yeah, that's generally gnomish culture, how they're determined to be an adult.
They can get purple and green hair too, depending on if you play World of Warcraft or not.
I love me a purple-haired pixie.
I want a gnome.
My grandmother, she got into all these like studying gnome books and fairy books. It was from this one particular artist, and this artist had a lot of influence on what was it? Jim Henson's designs for movies like Labyrinth. So it was very interesting stuff, and it got me interested in it. And I picked up a TV show when I was young that was called The Adventures of David the Gnome, and I started watching that, and it got me interested in looking into the history of gnomes, and I started reading up on actual gnome lore and fairy lore, and it's a very interesting subject.
So when I first came in here, you guys were talking about magic, and it's sort of related. Does anyone here actually believe that gnomes and elves and fairies, exist?
Rex, we believe in God.
Me.
I've seen a few dwarves.
Gnomes are...
Missing Mod says, Brett, how old did you start getting gray? About 13 years old. I'm serious. Whenever I was at school, people would go, look, it's Moses with my commandments.
Moses. I called you Moses in school.
Yeah, Moses. Yeah.
Man.
Well, Moses is pretty cool.
So were people...
Yeah, like the Charles Heston one.
Were you bullied? Were you bullied a lot in school?
Your what hurts?
Were you bullied a lot in school?
Well, before 13 years old, yes, but then I discovered ham sandwiches and Twinkies, and I grew to be about 6'4" at that point. Now I'm 6'5", so people were a little bit more concerned about messing with me at that point.
Yeah, I bet. My dad's 6'5". That's how tall he is.
Yep. Then people stopped saying Moses. They were more like, fee, fi, fo, fum, no fuck with that guy.
He said he was going to go to DAL one day, but
people... when I put an M80 down one of their pants.
He said people would mistake him as a dinosaur and try to ride him. Remember that, Brett?
Yeah. That's right.
See, that's like boys. See, boys, you know, boys don't actually, they start maturing later than girls. Like, you know, like they'll grow up to age like 21. They'll still be growing tall, you know, like height and stuff. Where girls are usually done by 17 or 16, like their height.
My ex-wife didn't stop maturing until, well, she's still maturing.
Well, there's always a, you know, anecdotal differences, but like the average, you know, I mean,
she was in her 30s and she wanted to go back to acting like she was a teeny bopper.
Oh, you're talking about like mental things.
You know, my brother's wife had a gastric bypass, and after she had it, apparently women who have, and men, they'll go through something called a second sexual adolescence, because when they lose the weight, they're not accustomed to people finding them attractive, and so they have all this sort of sexual attraction from their preferred sex that they're not used to, and like a teenager, they flock for it. It does weird things.
It is in our second one.
I find that in that instance, most women who go through that, they develop this strange disorder where they can't keep their legs closed.
Women hit their sexual peak at like 35, and males hit theirs 25. At like 18. 35. It's around 35.
That's why, as a wise man, I've been dating older women since I was, able to.
35 to 18. So that was just, that's just another little private little joke that got played on us. We're supposed to be dating 18-year-old boys.
That's right.
I'm 55. I don't even know what I'm supposed to date anymore.
Single dads?
18-year-old. They're stronger.
I am serious about what I was asking you. Did you try Tinder or anything like that?
No, I'm not trying. No. I mean, I'm not, I will never, I'm not going to say never, but I'm not looking right now. I don't care. I have 2 kids in college, and the last one sort of like, flipped me off the ledge for a while. So I'll just stay right here playing on the ground.
Did your husband?
I'm happy. If I've got some, a couple of male friends that if I called them tomorrow, we could go out and eat supper or something like that around here. We're good friends, and I just, I'm happy. If I was missing anything, maybe I would care more, but I don't. I like not having anybody to answer to, or anybody to have to. I have a snake, a bearded dragon, I have 2 rats, 2 pet rats, a cat.
I got 12 rats.
Do you? I had 3 when I'm died. One of them's got a big tumor on her right now too. So I don't imagine she'll be.
You can come take some of mine. I don't want this many rats.
I don't want it. I don't want these anymore after they're gone. But they were snake. They were all of them, but one was snake food that was too big, and we got it home, and we couldn't. The snake couldn't eat it, so it ended up having to go in the cage. And I have there's what is that thing up there? A gecko, a leopard gecko too.
My goodness, you got a zoo going on over there.
Yes.
We got 20 cats. My wife likes to feed all the animals in the neighborhood, and they all come here. Oh, they're about the size of tigers now. She feeds them so well. Goodness gracious.
I have the smallest cat you've ever seen. It's like 2 years old, and it's like barely bigger than a kitten. It's so small. The rats whip it. Because it it likes going up. It tries to pet the rats when it catches them like their backs turned. It'll go up there and try to pet them, and they come over and hit it.
Yeah, she gives them all these weird names too. I'm like, well, what's that thing called? That's popsicle. Like popsicle. Where do you come up with that? Why not Garfield? It's orange. Oh, it's creamsicle.
Yeah, we have a ball python and a bearded dragon. My mom told her friend that we had a Komodo dragon, and I was like, "We don't have a Komodo dragon, Mom. We have a bearded dragon."
You had a bearded dragon?
And she was like, "What's the difference?" And I said, "About 1,000 pounds."
You said you had a bearded dragon? What's that all about?
Do you know what a bearded dragon is?
Not sure. I'll probably have to look it up.
Yeah,
but that got me because we were getting into gnomes, and you're like, "I got a dragon gnome."
They're about this. They're about this long, something like that, and they've got like fringe around their head.
They got great personalities.
Yeah,
have you had to express their what is it? Their pores down on their legs.
Yeah, you can train them. You can train them to like fetch stuff and walk on a leash and all kinds of stuff, but they're not. I mean, they don't weigh over a couple pounds at the most ever, full grown. You know, and a Komodo dragon weighs like probably 1,200, 1,300 pounds.
I just looked it up. I recognize the bearded dragons now. Yeah, it's got kind of a spiky thing around its neck.
Yeah, like a fringe on its around its head.
Not to derail this too much, but Brett, that guy you were talking about got fired. You said his name was Kenneth Miller, Miler.
I believe it's Kenneth Miller.
Yeah, I'm Googling it. I can't find it. If you can link it to me, I'd like to research it. Or you can, we can find it later.
Try YouTube. Look up Kenneth Miller evolution.
Yeah, I've Googled like all sorts of, normal things. I look for videos. I just haven't found anything. There's a Kenneth Miller who works for Answers in Genesis. Maybe but it didn't say he was fired for his faith or anything.
Well, he obviously wouldn't get fired from Answers in Genesis because that's an organization of Christians right there.
Right, but I mean, maybe he got fired and then went to them is my thinking.
Yeah. No, it's weird too because Kenneth Miller was on the ball whenever it came to, I mean, that's what he was teaching people. It's just that he believed that the main source, and he made it clear too. It's not like he sat there and told the students, "Oh yeah, I know God did this." He said, "This is my faith, and this is what I'm teaching is evolution here." So he differentiated it.
So you took his class?
No, I didn't take his class, but he's got lots of videos up on YouTube where you can see where he was doing that. I didn't realize that he was in the Answers of Genesis organization now, but it makes sense because he was well known and he lost his job. So,
yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty banal what you're saying. Like it seems like you wouldn't get fired for just stating you had a belief system.
No, because first of all, that would be unconstitutional. You know what I mean? You can't fire somebody based on their religious beliefs. Now when you teach in college, until you get what they call tenure, if you're in a teaching professorship, then you are expected to do like research and work and stuff too while you teach. And so you have a minimum amount of work that you have to do other than just teaching class. You have to actually do work, what am I trying to say?
What I'm finding on Kenneth Miller is that he was demoted and transferred after he caught one of his students with a gun and he detained her.
I think that's a different one, but I saw that too. Is that the same guy?
I don't know. I don't recall ever hearing anything about a gun deal, but
it was who want the girl come in there.
But if you want to see what I'm talking about, you want to check out a thing called Expelled, where basically what his name Ben Stein actually goes around and he does all kinds of interviews with all these people.
Stein?
Yeah, where he does interviews with people that show that they got fired for their religious beliefs.
I'll check it out. The only reason I'm so critical is because it's like I think we all listen to Kent Over, but he often talks about that judge in his trial about how she attacked Christians. If you do any like surface level research, it's just simply not true.
And Ben Stein is like really, 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 really far in the rabbit hole, kind of.
Well, I mean, during the documentary, he's just simply asking these people, so what do you think that you got, fired for? And then the person goes on basically their rant about why they feel they got
I've never been fired for anybody. I mean, I've never been fired actually, but if I had ever been fired, it would not have been my fault. It would have been somebody else's. I definitely would have blamed it on somebody else. So I don't know of anybody that got fired and said it was my fault. I did it.
That's why we can't trust people's subjective opinions. They have to have evidence they got fired for that reason. But I used to, you manage places and people they do horrible things and they're just bad at their job, and yet they'll somehow blame you when you fire them.
It's just a skeptical me. I don't, I'm skeptical.
So if I were to tell you that a couple hundred years ago, instead of allowing atheists into science, they would prefer putting them on stakes and burning them, you'd accept that though, wouldn't you?
What do you mean by accept it?
I just posted a link to
I don't know. Did they burn
movie? Can you check it? Tell me if that's
they burnt witches though.
I mean, I was going to make that claim when you're talking about how many Christians and religious people were scientists. Until recently, you couldn't profess to be an atheist without social stigma at least, and maybe threat to your life at worst.
Well, that's exactly the point. It's always been this way, where it's either atheists taking a spanking for whatever damn reason, or it's a religious person because they believe in a higher power. It seems to go back and forth throughout history.
When has it been the religious people taking spankings? I mean, like, if it isn't religious people of the same denomination kicking each other's ass, that's true.
Protestants against the Catholics. Religion. I mean, that's one of the big reasons why I was telling you earlier why I'm kind of slowly slithering back into theism, because I'm getting tired of arguing with people who have the same label as me because they don't think I do it right. You don't dance properly, sir. Get your ass out of here.
Like they did burn witches, though. I do know that they burnt witches or women.
They burn lots of people, but yes, they burn people for being a witch.
Well, the thing, if they were witches, then it's all right, because if there is a witch doing witchcraft, not only is she endangering herself, she's endangering the community. And as a person,
Bubbles again.
Tar.
Yeah. Well, I can't say that I would endorse something like that, Bubble. They were also accusing people of being witches who weren't even actually in witchcraft. They would just say somebody's a fucking asshole, let's burn them and let's have some barbecue today. That's bullshit.
But no, this is like
how does a witch endanger the society? Bubbles?
Weren't all the people that got burnt confessions?
No, they were forced confessions.
Right, they might have been confessions, but it's confession by ordeal. So you suffer until you die. And
if they tie you up and are pulling your fingernails out, how long do you think it'll take before you confess to something?
There was another terrible issue too, missing mod, where I don't know if this was a few hundred years ago, something about an entire group of people were eating like shitty stale bread or something and started hallucinating. So everybody was fucking said to be the devil, and they just started killing each other. It was kind of like a Jacob's Ladder moment.
That was the Salem witch trials.
There you go. So you got to watch what kind of bread you eat. Apparently, you'll start having a Pink Floyd fucking moment if you eat the wrong bread.
Well, I thought the Salem witch trials were based on the young women who were just accusing people of being witches for sort of vengeful, petty reasons.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of different. There's some theories that say that the grain was tainted and it was causing hallucinations in some of them, but there's a lot of. My personal opinion is that a few of them probably jumped on that bandwagon just to get back at people who they didn't like.
Right.
And teenage girls are not the most mentally stable, rational people in the world.
Neither are teenage boys, especially if you get them around a teenage girl.
I know, but these were all the girls. The Salem witch trials were the girls that made the claims. But like in over there in England and stuff, there was like 60,000 women that were tortured and killed for being witches, and because they wanted to steal their stuff mostly.
It wasn't just women. I mean,
a lot of it was though. Like 80% of them were women. But like if a woman's husband died,
some of them were just plain old Jews. They were targeting Jews as well, and this is the Spanish Inquisition. They weren't calling them all. They weren't calling everybody who was a heretic a witch. They were, charging them with being Jews as well.
Oh, I'm not talking about the Spanish.
Non-Christian. So even Muslims got the axe.
Yeah. I'm talking about in England when the witch trials were going on, when the book.
They were also calling them Jews too.
The King wrote the book about the witches.
The Hammer of Witches.
Help me,
King James edition. Yeah.
Yeah, Lucifer, you are right. If people look up a guy called Torquemada, he was a real champion of love. You heard of Torquemada, right, Lucifer?
Yeah.
Oh boy, that dude. Wasn't he the one that came up with the anal pear or tear or whatever the hell that thing is?
The pear of anguish.
Oof.
Oh, the Pope's pear. What a lovely toy.
Isn't the book called The Hammer of Witches or something?
The Malleus Maleficarum. No, that was a different guy.
Yeah, Malleus Maleficarium or something like that.
It's the Malleus Maleficarum.
And I think, Brett, what you're talking about with bread is ergot poisoning.
Yeah.
Yes, ergot poisoning. You're exactly right there, Rex. No, the pear of anguish. Ironically, it's still actually used in certain kinky groups today, though it's not quite so spiky.
Yeah, I also think it doesn't get extended quite so far to where it rips you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They're much more careful with it. It's intended to be much more pleasurable than it.
I'd also assume it's not made of metal.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I assume. I'd be wrong.
What in the hell? They're sticking metal up their ass?
You're talking about King James' book.
People have been sticking stuff up their butt for all of time, Brett.
Yeah, they'll take it out of the butt and put it in the mouth and extend it to break the jaw.
All right, we went too far now. Let's move on.
That was a torture back then.
All right, I get it. I didn't want to
go. Hey, Brett, did you check that link that I put out? Is that the correct link to the documentary you were talking about?
Shit, if I try clicking on it, you put it in private chat, because if I click on it...
I already did put it in private chat.
All right, let me take a look. Oh, boy. Let's see.
In form of a dialogue. Demonology.
Yeah, this looks like it. At the end, Ben Stein actually has a full-on conversation with Richard Dawkins, and this is one of those videos that ended up making Richard Dawkins look like a jackass for a while there.
Richard Dawkins is a jackass.
Oof, that's rough. Throwing the old Pope of Atheism under the bus, are we?
He's not my Pope.
that's just what I call him, the Pope of Atheism.
He's a uppity little British guy who is like lived in a very sheltered life, a privileged life, and I'm more of a I tend to fall more with Sam Harris. I guess probably he's probably the atheist that actually had more effect on me than any other one.
Yeah, Sam Harris out of the Four Horsemen, he's definitely the most chill of them all, that's for sure.
I want to ask, is it because of his voice?
His voice.
What hurt? You do what with a mop?
No, it's not because of his voice.
Is it because of the way he talks, all suave, calm and sophisticated, like a British person?
No.
Like Mark Reed, and I'm British and Porsche. Therefore, I'm right.
Oh, Lord.
With that all being said,
is that suave? Is that what you think suave sounds like?
Well, that's what I think they think it is like, because that's how it is.
That's not what I like about Sam Harris, his voice. And some of my favorite people, like Rabbi David Wolpe, is a Jewish rabbi. I love him. I watch him a lot. And there is a there is actually a pastor, but he's left now. But he's at the UU Church in Dallas, Texas, and his White. His name is something White. I like I listen to his sermons actually.
Interesting.
Every now and then.
So I don't know if you ever had a chance to see that clip. There's a lot of clips of the Dawkins moment, but he was asked, does he believe that it's possible that we could have been planted here through something called panspermia?
Yeah, the aliens. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
I mean, life arose here or life's here. It could. We don't know how. We don't have. We have like walked into the ocean and took a cup of water and said, "There's no whales in here." You know what I mean? So, I have no idea. I don't guess I'll never know. I'll probably be dead before we can travel far enough to even find out there's life on their planet. It's possible, probably. I don't know how probable it is because I don't know how probable it was that it arose here. I'm not too worried about them coming here, but I don't really think. I mean, I guess if they were in one of the early galaxies, that maybe like time travel. I mean, just traveling those distances. But of course, early in the universe didn't take as long to traverse because this expansion is still happening. So I don't know.
What do you think about interdimensional beings?
I don't know that. I don't really understand dimensions at all. Like I get really lost when they start talking about space-time stretching and stuff. That just kind of like gets right there in my brain and just kind of fizzles. You know what I mean?
Does it ever cross your mind that you might be living or existing within some form of simulation?
Oh, let's see.
The Matrix.
What is that called? Solipsism?
Yeah.
No, solipsism's different.
Rex, are you still a simulation guy?
Yeah, I still hold the belief that our current reality is a simulation, yes.
Oh, a simulation. But solipsism is like, that, right? Like a brain.
Right, solipsism, I think, is where you do not deny anything that exists except yourself. I think that's solipsism. Let me look.
Well,
see, I was mistaking that for scapism.
See, like Sam Harris puts forth, which he doesn't accept this, but he says that it takes less assertions than theism about the simulations, because he says that in the future there will be more simulated universes than there are actual universes, and so we would more likely be a person that was in one of the simulated universes than an actual person in an actual universe or something like that.
Well, it seems to me that if and I've heard actual Neil deGrasse Tyson mention that it's very possible that we could live in a simulation. But if we did live in a simulation, wouldn't that necessarily logically mean that there's a developer or a programmer behind it? Because usually,
it has to be.
Yeah,
I don't know that it's possible. They see, and he's real bad about like saying stuff that's real dumb too. I mean, he's a really smart man, but he will word phrase things sometimes to where to where he's just so misquoted. I mean, it may be possible, but is it probable or is it likely? Is there any reason to accept it? Is there any evidence for it? No.
Well, it itself is the evidence. I mean, how is a virtual reality created? For example,
I'm just saying though. You can't accept stuff just because you can think of it.
The thing is, it's not a matter of guessing. It's a matter of knowing. How do we know?
I didn't know that.
Yes, we do. How do we know that the reality inside a video game is generated? How is that generated? We know how that's generated. That's not a guess. That's not.
We know how ours are generated.
Yes,
we know how human-made things are generated. We don't know how
anything can be generated
by God.
But that shows what is necessary, what it must happen.
No, it shows what's necessary for us.
It shows what's possible. Is that what you mean, Darth? I don't understand what you're getting at either.
Okay, for example, we know how
no, we don't know.
Yes, we do. We know how
video games are made. Is what he's trying to say.
Yes, yes, yes. We know
We
that.
know how video games are made here by us.
Yes, so we
But
know.
God can make a video game another way.
Well, I believe we're in a simulation, but I don't believe in a God.
So here we
Not
know
in the same sense that everyone else who believes in a God does.
So
Well,
we know,
I know that, but you believe in some representation of a powerful being, though, still.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe that there is a being that is, for all intents and purposes, the master of reality, but simply because they are technologically advanced to a point where nothing else could challenge them.
Master.
Right. So basically, you believe in a video game programmer. That's, in a way, a technological concept of God, though.
Yeah.
Correct, except that I believe, yes, obviously, I believe we're in a simulation, thus it had to be created, but reality itself is not created.
But
it's okay to use the word God. That's not like a bad word or a curse word.
I don't mind using it. It just comes with baggage.
Well, Lucifer seemed like he had a question earlier, and I hate to see people sitting there waiting until they die of old age.
Gray hair.
I'm going to stir the pot again. But then I'm also going to state that here pretty soon I'm going to have to dip out. I'm kind of starting supper here with my hacking and whatnot. But all right. So if you could live knowingly in a simulation, would you do it? Versus reality, would you willingly step away from real life world as it is now in order to live your entire life in an artificial simulation of your choosing and design?
Well, if it's my choosing and I get to set it up the way I want to, I'm already a big time gamer. I already love immersing myself in games. It would be nice if I get to take some actual sentient living beings with me, though, if they agree.
Your cats?
I could do with that. Cats. That's more of a wifey thing.
That's an interesting question there, Lucifer, because if you ask if you just grant the atheist, well, if you think God did it bad, then how would you do it? And there is no better world than what God has created, because their version of what is better is them just having a massive orgy forever and ever.
Whose version?
The atheists.
Bubblegum, you're hilarious.
Missing Mod, would you like to jump in on this?
I would probably just. I don't think I would go with the simulation because I'd probably do something that wasn't any good for me anyway, somehow. And then it's like exciting, if you're not planning it, I guess.
That red car. You can get that pretty red car you got in that video.
Oh. Well, can I change my mind after?
Yeah, you can change it every day.
In the simulation, you could have everything that you want to, and that becomes like your version of reality. That's the point of it. You can have it the way you want it.
But people that have everything they want aren't happy.
Correct.
True.
That's true.
Bam.
It's not a question of whether or not you can have everything that you want. It's whether or not you would do it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, of course.
Would you?
I'd try it if there was like an option to say, all right, this is all illusion. I'd like to get out now.
No. It's like it's a do or die thing. You're either going to stay in the material world, living out your life in an uncontrolled fashion. It could be hard. It could be painful. You could die of colon cancer and be completely aware of the agony in which you're going through. Or you can choose to enter a simulation of your own design, of your own creation, with your own set parameters. And that's how you would live the rest of your life. Would you do
I think it would be easier to make the decision to go into the simulation if you give me about 15 more minutes of looking at Twitter and all the stupidity from humanity, and then I'll be able to commit.
I would not.
So you're agreeing God's creation is the best?
That's what I wanted to go with too.
Whatever. You can give your God credit if you want to. That's your
I mean,
choice.
can you conceive another world that is better than this?
Oh yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna go to it because I have daughters that probably wouldn't go too. But yeah, I can conceive a world where pedophiles didn't exist. I can conceive a world where hunger didn't exist. I can
Okay,
conceive a world where
did you know? But you know what is
tapeworms didn't exist. I can conceive a world where
no murderers, no killers.
poison ivy didn't exist. I mean, so yeah,
but
I mean,
Robin, do you know what is required for such a world to exist?
no, and you don't either.
Yeah, it means no free will. So unless you're willing to surrender free will,
what does free will have to do with poison ivy?
It has to do with the murderers and pedophiles.
Okay,
well, we're talking about Mr. Lucifer put it like this: if we could live in a simulation where we're in control of what is going on for us. Now, if we're adding other people to the simulation, whether they volunteered or not, then that becomes a completely different philosophical challenge.
Yeah. I don't think my daughters would go.
So my whole worldview is based on simulations, and I don't think.
But you're already there,
right? I don't think we have any control. Having control of the simulation defeats the purpose of simulation. So if you know that you're in it and you have control of it, and you're not treating it like in a sort of game sense, then you don't. So my worldview consists of these beings going into simulations because they're in a post-scarcity society. When you want for nothing and you live forever, it becomes tedium to a maximum, and you must do other things. And knowledge of that tedium in itself is unpleasant.
Well, it's Groundhog Day.
That's a good point.
Right. At some point, the future stops being a promise and starts being a threat.
Yeah.
Don't you want to coom forever?
All right. So here's my next part of that question. If you could choose what sort of simulation you would live in, what would be that base simulation? What would, like, say if you had a fictional story universe, it could be anything from Dracula, it could be the Time After Time, it could be Star Wars, it could be Star Trek, anything that would be your base universe for your simulation that you would reside in, what would it be?
I don't think it'd be any kind of movie stuff. It would have to be like a completely original type of fantasy world where there's no opposition or worrying about a fucking vampire biting me or something like Dracula, So
no,
it would have to be. It would just have to be purely clean. I've thought of this type of concept a lot, Lucifer, and I've actually thought of myself as, what if I were in the position of God? I remember when I was younger, I used to think I could do so much better, especially when I was an atheist. But the more and more I thought of it, and the more reading Twitter and looking at social media, I think I'd make a terrible fucking God. I'd be resetting shit every damn day.
It'd be floods all the way down, wouldn't it?
No, I wouldn't even flood. I'd just say fuck it and then just, make it shoot off like fireworks or something.
Yeah, it's definitely almost time to reset them again.
Yeah, I thought when I was a young man, I'd give milk and cookies to everybody and it would be a fucking Santa Claus time. But no, after seeing some of the shit, especially today, Missing Mod, what I read on Twitter, man, shit would have got reset right there in that moment. I'd have made a terrible God.
Yeah.
Why do you spend time
I
on
don't want that job.
I spend time on Twitter. I mean, it's designed to keep you outraged, and it seems like that's what it's doing.
The stupid people have always been there. They just have access. We have more access to them now.
Right.
But all this is great and everything, but it doesn't answer my question. What would be your base universe?
The best universe.
Story universe. Say that again.
The best universe. Everyone should pick this. Warhammer 40K. That is the universe you should live in.
That's a rough.
There's nothing but war.
That is rough.
But can you imagine being a space marine? I mean, yes, life is hard, but you have a purpose. In the 40K universe, you're just at a constant battle with chaos.
Okay.
That kind of sounds like what we're already dealing with there, sir.
Yeah,
Darth, what would be your perfect universe?
I really like cyberpunk features like aliens, Blade Runner, sort of like a mix of that, still have
All right, so Blade Runner, Alien type cyberpunk. Okay, cyberpunk. Okay.
Yeah, with of course the aesthetics, still have a Ghost in the Machine.
Okay. Missing?
I don't know. I don't know. You have to come back to me on that one.
All right, Robin, what would be your perfect universe that you would choose to live in?
My cow hauler would be here.
Oh. Yeah.
And we would be maybe about 30 or 40 years younger.
Okay, so it'd be this one, but you'd just be younger.
Yeah, we'd have a cow truck. We have a big cow. We used to talk about hauling plastic cows. We was gonna buy a truck and just haul plastic cows around.
All right. Brett?
What about you, Lucifer? You didn't tell us.
I'll get to it. Brett?
Well, I'd already said it would have to be some kind of original fantasy type of, Bambi without the fucking hunters. You know what I mean? That type of concept. But seriously, this is one of my big philosophies too. I thought of also going to another world, but if I can't take the people I love and care about with me, then fuck it. To me, it would be hell to not be with those people. So,
exactly.
Can I derail the conversation for 30 seconds to talk about what you're just saying there? So I agree with you. It would be hell to be without the people you love, right? But in heaven, the Christian heaven, if the people you love aren't Christians, you spend eternity without them. So how is heaven good for you?
I actually made a video about this a while back. It's one of the big things and stuff that's really, really crawled up on me because, according to some religious people, some people I love, because of the way they think or their philosophy, they wouldn't get to go. And they asked me how I feel about that. And I said, well, to be honest with you, I'd rather be destroyed through annihilationism than to not be with the people I love. I'm just being honest with you. Other religious people will tell you, oh, yeah, I'm hell with them, Who cares? I'm going to be so happy, no tears, all joy. How can you have all joy if you don't have the people you love with you, though?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I hear the people saying all the time how, well, I'll have free will in heaven. I'll be my perfect self. But, my brother, he'll suffer forever. But, I'll be perfectly happy. Well, then sound like you're yourself.
So to answer people's question, Robin asked it quite correctly, is what would I choose? I would choose one of two base realities. The first one that I would choose is probably John Norman's Books of Gore. I don't know if anybody's familiar with John Norman.
I read them all.
Books of Gore. You don't live in a gore?
The alter
Counter-Earth.
Counter-Earth, yep. Where men are men, women are women, and yeah, it is a full society. Modern feudalism, I believe, would be a good description. Wouldn't you say so, Rex?
Yeah, you do know that he's been canceled now because of his take on women in the Gore series. Like a lot of libraries have removed him from there and stuff because he's too misogynistic. But yeah, I still like the series.
I just looked it up. That is a long-running series. Holy snap!
Yep.
I think he's still writing. It's still alive,
Lucifer.
That or in my own world, I actually wrote a fiction story. I'm working on a sequel to it. It is probably one of the most brutal and violent stories around there. And I got pissed off at the Twilight series years ago for ruining vampires. So I wrote a vampire werewolf story that was heavily influenced by Norman's Books of Gore. And I wanted to piss everybody off and make everybody feel very uncomfortable. So I wrote a series called Gothos. And it takes place on another planet where you're following a guy from our not too distant future. And he wakes up on a planet ruled by vampires and werewolves. And they can't drink from a little cup or something. They have to drink directly from the source. And they kill whenever they do that. And they get pretty horny.
So what do you think of the Masquerade, Vampire the Masquerade, that lore, that system of vampires? I love it.
Oh, that's a really good one. Actually, I have the Book of Nod.
The video game?
Well, it's a video game based on a book series, but it's a whole universe, man.
It's a
White
RPG.
Wolf universe is it's awesome.
Now you're talking about second edition, not fifth edition, right?
I don't know what edition you're talking about. I'm talking about. I read it when I was like in my 20s, so this is
it's
probably
still going.
A long time
it's
ago.
Still going. They now it's now not. White Wolf went bankrupt, and now it's run by a different company, and they have a fifth edition out, and they've changed a bunch of different things. The Samedi are no longer these rotting corpses; they're called the Hekate, and like they cured their corpse rotting curse, and yeah. And there's the Thin Bloods are now their own clan.
But it still has the same basic premise, you know. Cain is
it's still a continuation.
You have the progenitors. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I said, I have the Book of Nods somewhere around here.
I mean, God did say that Cain would never taste death.
I'll pass.
So what's the second place? Lovecraft or something?
No, I just described it. It would be my own book series.
Ah.
Yeah, it would be the Gothos series, and that's a pretty rough one. Basically, your food or your sex slave.
And you wouldn't live in that?
What do you want to be, the food or the slave?
Think about it. If you live in a perfect universe, where everything was fluffy bunnies and everything else, you'd never be happy. You'd go insane. You'd reject the universe. And I think this is one of the best things that when Rex said that he would choose to live in the Warhammer 40K, it's a good example of that, because our minds, our mental minds, is wired to accepting the problems of society, that we're not happy unless there is a problem going on. This is why Twitter is so geared towards pissing us off.
I'm happy about not being on Twitter and not knowing what's going on Twitter.
Probably better off for it, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't have a Twitter account.
I hate the fact that I have a Twitter account.
Somewhere between the fluffy world and that, though, there's like somewhere a median, I would think, somewhere like a spectrum of one.
But that's why I would choose something like John Norman's Books of Gore or something like my own series, because in both series, a person can become something more than what they are now by their own strength and will of character, or they'll be crushed down by the very nature of the society that they're in. And correct me if I'm wrong about that, Rex. That is how Gore is.
Well, I mean, yeah, John Norman or whatever, the main character has an edge up because of that ring that he got that teleports him there. And then like he keeps getting trained by like the sort of the best people, and he sort of has plot armor.
Well, he got trained by his dad, who was, from Gore and everything.
I don't remember which book it is, but they're invading the city, and like these guys are guarding the princess they're trying to steal, and they keep killing all of them. And one guy, they go in and they start throwing gold to people. One guy just keeps taking arrows and won't take the gold, and eventually they accept him into the clan as a reward for his sort of determination.
I forget which one. I haven't read all the books. I haven't read them all.
Right, so they respect brutality and loyalty in that book series more than probably anything else.
Yeah.
Well, Robin, I don't know if I had said to you earlier, we do things on Mondays and Fridays, and sometimes Lucifer will do something on Saturday and all that. But I usually do things 7 p.m. Central, Monday and Friday. I hope you continue to come back, as well as Miss and Mod. Sorry, things got a little rough. We do have kind of this initiation thing when someone first comes on, they get put on the hot seat. But usually, every time afterwards, it's friendly.
Well, I'll try to know the answers to like everything in the universe when I come back next time.
That's expected. That's expected.
Well, after arguing with Christians online so much, I'll give you the free out. When they say they know something, they'll say God did it. So all you have to do is say nature did it with no explanation.
I do want to ask Bubblegum a question.
Shoot.
Is there free will in heaven?
Yes. That's why the angels rebelled in heaven.
So when humans go to heaven, though, will they have free will?
Yes, and there will be another rebellion.
Sin? Will they be able to commit sin?
Of course, and there
Yeah.
will be another fall, and it will happen all over again.
I thought
There is
heaven was like there was going to be no conflict ever in heaven.
there is no happy ending.
Yep, it's going to repeat all over again infinitely. The next Satan will be called Steve
Until
or
it would
Bob.
all,
Hey, we
the
finally
end,
agreed.
the end only comes when you finally reach that consciousness of actually aligning your mentality as that of God's. Once you finally come into that knowledge and start thinking as the way God starts thinking, you will finally understand Him, and then there will be no more animosity. There, yes, there will still be violence because violence is necessary, but that violence will be done within knowledge and an understanding.
So if violence is necessary, before God created anything, was there violence?
Before God created anything, there wasn't anything but God. God cannot commit violence against Himself.
So then violence isn't necessary.
No, the only violence is a product of creation.
So it's necessary only if things are created.
But so it's God's fault, though. Violence is because it's a product of creation.
It's our own
He
fault.
created it.
No.
Yeah.
Violence is something
Consequence
you
of free
do.
will is what
It's a
I think you're
consequence.
trying to say.
Yeah, just because you do something bad doesn't mean that's God's fault.
You said, "Why go? This is the world God created."
Okay, did God create your choice? No, right?
God didn't have nothing to do with my shit, but you're talking about your world.
No, God didn't create your
have nothing to
choice.
do with my shit. I love that.
You don't have nothing to do with my shit. You know, I mean, this is your world we're talking about, not mine.
There is no free will, Darth. Here, it's an illusion.
There is free will. If there wasn't free will, then how did you say that? Where is the hard drive in
Let's
your
just
brain?
all agree that we're all living in Azazov's dream.
So your choices are either determined by something else or random.
You got to remember,
random.
Bubbles, Rex believes he's in a
I will.
simulation, so everything's predetermined. There is no choice. He's
Oh, yeah.
programmed this way.
I mean, Christians
I'm
believe in
gonna go. I've got to go
predetermination
pick up
too.
milk, y'all.
Well,
Calvinist.
You gonna get some milk? You said.
Yes, I've got to go pick up milk. I've got one farmer that he can't hold like tonight's milking and in the morning's milking before I have to haul him to the milk plant. So I have to go like pull some off.
You gonna show me your lizard and rats next time you're on the show?
I will try. Yes.
And also, if you've got some kind of like portable camera, I wouldn't mind seeing how that milk pump thing works. You know, you could make a big popular YouTube channel out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Your first short should be you eating the buttermilk or whatever you said accumulates when you're pumping.
I never thought about that. Missing Maud made me an intro for my stream whenever I started. So
Yeah, I was wondering earlier. That's what I was asking. Is why? What did you send it to Mark for? I thought he was supposed to show it on stream or something.
he did. You didn't see it?
I heard him playing it, but I didn't see it.
He played it. It was just in that little bitty box.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
You said, I said, can I send this to him? You said yes. Then you were like, why'd you say that to him? I was like, why?
Yeah.
You told me I
Yeah,
could.
I didn't mean it like that. I was just curious, like wondering why he wanted to see it.
No, I
usually
sent it
doesn't
to him
care.
because I don't have no way. I didn't have like I've got him on Discord, but not not gangster. And I knew he could play stuff. I don't even know how to do that. So
I like going on Father Charles and Gangster's show, but every time you go there now, it's always about Stephen Bolin. It's like I cannot get away from listening to that. I just don't go anymore.
or Kent. There's a lot of stuff about Kent.
Yeah, that's true. I guess when you talk every day, I mean, a lot of those guys are on pretty much every day. It's hard to think of something new to talk about every single day.
But if Mark's there, it's about Kent. If Mark's not there, we don't usually do too much Kent.
I only pop in sporadically, but I think I'm usually saying Mark, so.
Oh, you're talking about Mr. Stoney, huh?
Yeah.
I think he's got like some kind of dark sexual attraction. That's what it is. What do you think, Missing Mud?
Hey!
I don't think so. I don't know.
To Kent Hovind?
Yeah,
It's not
every time Mark sees a Kent Hovind video go up, he's like, "Oh yeah."
No.
Kind of love hate.
I thought we all did that. You see those neck flaps moving when he's talking and everyone getting excited?
Oh, that's not very nice.
I love it. I love the Hawaiian shirts.
I have neck flaps too, but that's why I don't go on camera, Miss Simon.
Sounds like you might be evolving some fins or something over there.
It's
Some
nice
what?
meeting y'all, and I'll try to come back, Brett. Thank y'all, and
Thank you for
It was
coming.
nice meeting you, Robin. Good luck finding the answers to everything for when you come back.
yes,
Yeah.
I need to start
Nice.
working on that right now.
See you later, Robin.
So Brett's gonna make my neck flaps all the present
Lucifer, I
now.
hope you get
There
feeling
you
better.
go.
Thank you very much.
Bye, Miss Maud.
Bye, Robin. Thank
Bye,
you for
Ma-
coming
Bye,
and hanging out.
Bogum.
Have a good evening.
See you around.
So, Lucifer, you might have answered these questions in a previous stream. You said you were suffering from being sick. In the Satanist worldview, is there a point to suffering?
Say that again.
So, in your particular brand of Satanism, in your worldview, is there a point to your suffering? Is there any goal or anything to be learned or any moral lesson from your suffering?
Of being sick?
Sure, from a Christian, there's a moral lesson to suffering.
He's wondering what your moral lesson for suffering is. Where does it come from? Is there an evil fucking asshole somewhere that's like saying, I'm going to make Lucifer sick today?
No, there's no point in it. It's just life.
And bad bread. No.
Right, and it could be that suffering is entirely arbitrary. That would be fine.
Suffering is just a consequence of being a biological organism.
Yeah. That's basically, you can't get away from it.
What about morals? Where do morals come from in your worldview?
Morality is a lie.
Rex, I don't know why this gets you so excited talking about this type of thing. If you're in a simulation, then you've been programmed and predetermined to suffer. So, I mean, my goodness, why is it so surprising for you?
Well, I think I'd have to get in some deep theological stuff here, but essentially I think that it is each time we go through a simulation, we are learning moral lessons. And so the goal of the simulation is to come out more morally sound than you went in. So even
if you end up getting a cold like he does and your throat's sore and your head feels like it's going to fucking blow up, that's just the developer trying to show you how it works better in the program.
It is consequence of the nature of reality. It is not directly programmed.
It's all good.
Rex.
So, Mr. Lucifer, you needing to get you some dinner and all that? You were saying that earlier.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get off of here myself. I was figuring, we've been going at it for over 3.5 hours and whatnot. And unless there's any more decent topics that we can bring up right now,
Rex could probably throw some stuff at you if you're interested in some more topics.
Well, if he wants to ask me a question, I'm more than happy to answer.
So when you say morality is an illusion or facade, what do you mean?
Morality is a lie.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Well, I threw a link up in the private chat if you want to click on it.
So how are you defining their morality there, Rex? How you define that?
I think morality is a natural law.
Yeah, but what is that natural law?
If you don't know what the term means, then you're just being obtuse. A natural law is like any other natural law, like gravity or heat equilibrium.
Yeah, but what is it though? It's kind of begging the question, because if you're like, gravity is a natural law, somebody could give me the equation for that, right? So like, what is this natural law that you speak of?
No, it's just a product of reality. It is a natural law.
Yeah, but what is it?
A product of reality. I don't understand. Yeah, I'm being as clear as I can be.
You're not. That's the thing. You're just saying there is this law. Okay, what's the law?
A product of reality, like all other laws of reality.
What is this product of reality?
I can't keep responding to you the same way. I'm not going to. So you can ask a different question, or
all right. So we're talking about morality, and you're saying that morality is a product of reality. When we ask, what is morality being a product of reality is, can you define that a little bit better there, Rick?
So for any given situation, there is an optimal solution. Okay. With given perfect knowledge, one could ascertain what the perfect solution to every given situation is. And so we could align ourselves in accordance with that optimal solution.
So you just like whatever somebody thinks is the best answer according to their knowledge, which would make it subjective because
Nope.
it's only based on their knowledge.
No, I'm saying given perfect knowledge. So I do not have perfect knowledge.
No, nobody has perfect knowledge. That's the problem.
Well, Christians think God does.
But we're going by your worldview, not by the Christian worldview.
Then reality has perfect knowledge.
So in your worldview, you require perfect knowledge, and that's the problem. Nobody has perfect knowledge.
No, we are aiming to make our actions align so that they are the optimal solution to any given problem.
See, optimal
is there a way that you can
dependent.
actually see the coding of the simulation?
The simulation, yes. Reality, no.
But you believe that our reality currently is a simulation, am I correct?
Yes, but for the sake of conversation, when I have this with people, when we're talking about reality as in what ultimately exists, we probably don't mean anything different.
Okay, but if we're living in a simulation right now, is there a way that we can actually see the coding?
No, not from within the simulation.
Okay. But we can see glitches in the simulation, right?
I'm in the air on that. I've never seen a glitch in the simulation, but I don't see it as an impossibility.
I mean, if it was a simulation, there would need to be a glitch at one point or another.
Why would there need to be a glitch?
Unfortunately, if you were born in a simulation and existed in it all of your life, glitches might seem like the natural thing that's supposed to be happening. You wouldn't be able to differentiate it.
Well, if we were living like in the Matrix, I mean, if you remember the movies The Matrix, a glitch could be something like deja vu.
That's what I was going to say.
Right. So we couldn't distinguish that from reality. Right. Well,
but how would you be able to know that that's actually a glitch? Why wouldn't you just do what scientists do and throw some bullshit out there about why it actually happens?
It's a chemical imbalance. It's a hallucination caused by a chemical imbalance because
just your brain doing structure recognition and just reminding you of something you might have seen when you were 5. Some therapeutic shit.
All I know, Rex, if the world is a simulation, I'ma keep it real.
How do we know that if we're in the simulation that suffering isn't part of the glitch?
Suffering is a part of reality. And when I say reality, I mean what actually exists. It is just a consequence of existence.
Just a consequence of existence. That sounds like our consequence of free will there, Darth, doesn't it?
Yeah. Reality is reality. How could you ever deny reality? It is reality after all.
Agreed. See, you got
it. It's a tautology, though.
All faiths come down to a logical fallacy. It'll either be a tautology or a circular argument. You cannot have a faith system without one of those two logical fallacies.
The question is, what is the reality, though? What is the reality is the question. No, we just don't accept. I
am agreeing that it is a tautology. I am not disagreeing with you. But I am saying that you cannot form a worldview without breaking standard logic. You must either commit a circular reasoning or a tautology. Okay, then give me a worldview that doesn't have one of those two things.
Damn it, Lucifer, where's Keanu Reeves when we need him?
Okay, for example, how does one logic? What is necessary for logic, right? So when we do the simple formulation of A equal A, the simplest formulation of logic, why is A equal A logical? Is it because we simply accept it, or is it because there's something more fundamental?
I wanted to say to Missing Mod that normal people are not welcome into this room. Only crazy, weird, and unusual is what I accept.
Oh, Dan is very unusual.
Oh, a dog.
He's a really nice guy.
Dogs.
Oh.
We don't need no stinking normal.
So I don't mind answering questions, but I really do want to ask Lucifer. So you don't think that things are moral at all?
Well, no. I mean, morality is a lie. It's a fictional concept that is actually constructed by humans in order to excuse their actions into making something perfectly justifiable or unjustifiable. We were talking about this earlier when we were talking about how certain groups of atheists were trying to normalize normalize pedophilia. And, Brett brought up a few things, and people misunderstood what I was trying to say. And I do apologize if I came off wrong and said the wrong thing. I didn't mean to. But the fact is morality is a lie. And if you look at the link that I threw up in the private chat, it goes to our website for Satanic Thulian Society, and it selects Satanicus, the law of the Satanists. And the first law states morality is a lie. Morality is a pretty lie told by society in order to hide behind the facade of social acceptability, and at times to escape one's own responsibilities. Interchangeable it is at any moment and in any culture to escape the wrongdoings by making them the moral and social rights.
Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Lucifer, I wanted to provide something for you. I should have gave this to you earlier. It's called Gab AI, and it's untouched by the woke assholes out there. It's completely raw. It'll tell you your answer.
What is it called?
It's called Gab AI. I put the link in the private chat. So if you were to go over there right now, while you guys were actually talking about all that crazy shit earlier, I typed in what groups of people or organizations are trying to normalize pedophilia. And believe it or not, you were on the money. It's actually, all you got to do is type that in. It'll tell you the groups that are doing it. And it'll do it in seconds for you.
Okay, let me go ahead and share my screen so we can all see this together, okay?
Okay. You understand prompts, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good.
While you're doing that, let me ask you a question. If I murder someone for pleasure, I accept that's probably a wrong thing to do in my worldview. In your worldview, how do you equate my action? What have I done?
Well, hold on. Put up something where it says name organizations, groups, or communities that are trying to normalize pedophilia. And it'll bring it up for you. They'll start naming them off. Now, what was your question?
If he killed somebody for pleasure.
Right, or own another human being as property. So I own a human as property. In my worldview, that is always wrong.
Why is it wrong?
I'm asking a question, Bubbles. Stop. I'll answer the question later if you like, but I would like my question answered.
As you know,
but it's your worldview, though.
But I'm not asking my worldview. I'm asking someone else about their worldview.
No.
Well, as far as my worldview is, we should do unto others as we want done unto us. And if you do unto others you want done unto you, then you won't enslave people, you won't rape and murder people and all that kind of stuff. So it does become tricky, though, because I know you'll probably go into what the atheists normally do. Well, what if God tells you to do something? Well, we'd have to have a discussion what the justification is for it. I'm not so quick to pull up a sword or a board and to start pounding people. I got to have good reason for it. What about you, Bubbles?
Okay, well, can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
I said, name organizations or groups or communities that are trying to normalize pedophilia. And it responded that there are no organizations, groups, or communities that can be definitively and conclusively said to actively be trying to normalize pedophilia. Any claim to the contrary should be treated with skepticisms and require thorough investigation before being accepted as credible.
All right, try this. Try just putting what group or groups out there are doing it. Don't put the community and all that other stuff, just groups.
All right. As to your question there, Rex, no, I'm not a moralist.
Right, yeah. I kind of knew what your answers, what Brett answers would be based on listening to talk before. I'm just not sure from someone who thinks morality is entirely a lie, how a negative or what we would consider an immoral action. Where's the starting point for judging our actions, I suppose?
But it's simple.
Lucifer does actually have a point, though. I mean, you're asking biblical views on that. Obviously, a person who's a Christian or a theist is going to hold to objective morality. But if you want to go based on subjective morality of humans, that is a man obstruction or a construct. Men will justify every evil and horror that they do. That's even said in the Bible.
Exactly.
I don't disagree, but I guess let me break it down to a very simple question. How do I know if I'm doing something wrong?
By whose worldview? By mine?
Lucifer. I'm asking Lucifer. How do I know if I'm doing something wrong?
Well, do you have your own set of moral codes? That's basically, do you have something like this? This is what we call the Lex Satanicus. This is our code of ethics within the Satanic Thulian Society.
So then I could come to this and judge my action versus this and decide whether or not my action is wrong.
That in theory, most religions have some version of this. The 10 Commandments, the 9 Satanic Statements, and 11 Satanic Rules of the Earth, and 9 Satanic Sins. I'm pretty sure Islam has their own version. Judaism, Buddhism, Wicca has the Wiccan Ready. What is your code of ethics? That would be how you would measure your morality.
Correct.
And this is something that most atheists, hang on, I'm going to stop sharing really quickly. This is something that most atheists don't seem to have. They don't have a simple code of ethics. And this is where most religions excel in, because they actually do have an individual code of ethics.
And the problem that atheists make whenever we're talking about things like that, which I completely agree with you, Mr. Lucifer, is they think that just because a Christian can turn around and fuck up or sin, that this somehow makes the objective morality go away. That's like saying that the laws have changed simply because you want to run fucking stop signs. That doesn't make it change anything. You know, it's still a consequence behind it.
Mm-hmm. So it's like, your question to me is, how would I feel if a person, went and killed another person, or if a person owned a slave? Well, me personally, I'm not for going and just randomly killing people, but I'm raised in America, so I'm raised with American ethics. That would be a cultural set of morals. Even our cultures have a set of moral ethics. But now say if I was raised in the UAE and I was part of Islamic State or was raised Islamic, my ethics would be following possibly Sharia law, which tells me that it's perfectly fine.
Right. What you're describing is subjectivism.
Exactly? Yes.
So does your faith system have a subjective morality? Do they think the morality is subjective? I mean, I know you're saying it's a lie, but
they got those code of ethics. Those what do they call them? He just had them up.
The Lex Satanicus. I have it pulled off of my screen.
Hang on.
But that's very.
I don't know
what
the hell's going on with Gab AI. Earlier, I asked it a fucking question. It gave me a huge list of organizations and groups that participate in normalizing pedophilia.
Yeah,
but now it's
I'm not
fucking
getting
giving
that.
me this bullshit.
They probably changed.
It's not giving me nothing now. I don't know what the hell's wrong with it.
Well, they do have mods moderating this, so they probably saw that somebody.
Well, I could possibly go to Aria, which is I'm using a new. I'm using Opera, which is a different browser system.
Well, it shouldn't have anything to do with how the AI responds. It's simply supposed to fucking give you the information. But I think these AIs are somehow fucking with each other, the ones that are online, and they're teaching each other to protect liberals from their sick fucking thoughts, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you remember.
No, I mean, to answer Rex's question, could you repeat really quickly so I can answer it as best as I can? Can you repeat the base question?
Is owning another human being as property wrong?
No, technically, because when you think about it, if you can own an animal like a dog or
a taxpayer,
whatever, if you can own animals like dogs, cats, pets, animals. Humans are nothing more than an animal. The only difference between a human and an animal is our religious and intellectual advancement. But even that doesn't really stop a lot of people. Slavery was legal up until maybe about a little over 100 years ago. In America, we had slavery all the way up to the 1880s. America was one of the first countries in the world to do away with slavery following Great Britain.
You know, it's really sad. This was one of the favorite debates of Richard Dawkins, the Pope of Atheism. He loved bringing up, oh, the Bible has slavery in it. That's so evil and horrible. They found out recently in the last couple of years that his family owned a plantation with over 1,500 slaves. And that's where he got his inheritance and the money so he could go on to be the scientist that he is. So now he's got to pay fucking reparations for it. I think that's unfair too, don't you, folks? You think paying reparations when you've never been a slave owner, and most of the people that are alive now never been slaves in their fucking life, but somehow you got to pay for some shit about their ancestors a long time ago? How do you feel about that?
I agree with that, with what you said.
I mean, was Richard Dawkins one of these crowd members who said like white folks better pay up than reparations?
No, he never really pushed that kind of shit. There's a lot of dumbasses out there. Like there's this woman on The View constantly babbling about how there should be reparations. Well, she just recently went to this genealogy company where they checked her DNA and her history and found out that basically her grandparents were great-great-grandparents were white and she hadn't actually owned a plantation. So now she doesn't want to do reparations. Of course not, because she'll have to fucking pay.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't that Whoopi Goldberg?
No, it's the other one that's constantly fucking babbling. I can't watch The View for too long. It gives me suicidal thoughts. So I try not to watch it for too long.
But the thing is every single racial culture in the world has at one point in time been slaves to another ethnic culture. And white people were slaves to black people. And people don't want to believe me on that. Look at the Barbary slave trade. The only way that ended was when the U.S. Marines finally came in on their first inaugural mission and ended the Barbary slave trade once and for all. But up until then, you had African pirates raiding Europe, all up and down into the British Isles and everything else, where they would take white Europeans and sell them into slavery in the Middle East and the African countries, just at the same time as they were selling their own people to us for slaves. It's called the Barbary slave trade. Go look it up.
You see what Larry Liston out here wrote? He wrote, "Why have a brain if you cannot think? What does that make the sheep? That makes him nothing better than a monkey. Why have eyes if you cannot see? The sheep doesn't deserve to be educated." What the fuck is all this hate towards sheep for? Why does a monkey deserve education but not a sheep? Goodness gracious, that's not nice. Damn sheep haters.
Was this? Is it probably? Did he make this comment when Lucifer was talking about how humans are just animals?
Well, you know that a majority of atheists usually go along with the whole evolution shit, so they believe that they are an evolved animal. You know, so I mean, that's why it's so fun for me and Bubbles to play with non-believers whenever it comes to the moral and objective morality stuff. Well, if you're nothing but a fucking talking animal yourself, then what the hell should I give a shit about slavery or anything? You know, you're my new pet puppy. What's the problem?
My new pet puppy.
Yeah. Am I terrible? Maud, what do you think? Awful, ain't I?
No, I don't think so.
I assume that you're cognitively normal, so you should have empathy. Relatively. That's why you should care.
Oh hell no! You didn't just call me normal.
I said cognitively normal. You know, I am not cognitively normal, so I make that distinction.
All right, very good.
You know, Jeffrey Dahmer had empathy. Doesn't mean empathy makes you a better person.
And he also like catch up with his human.
Oh, you're muted there, Lucifer.
Sorry, Jeffrey Dahmer had empathy all the way up until he was scarfing his victims.
He had to lure them in somehow.
I think he had a lower empathy. I'm not sure. I don't know his diagnosis, but yes, people with empathy can still do awful things. That's obvious.
Can you empathize with a cow that you're eating for a steak?
We can both agree the cow is delicious.
Yeah.
Do
I have empathy and I don't feel
empathize
that
with
at
my
all.
hamburger?
Mm-mm.
So none of you are vegetarians?
Nah.
Well, I think that one can have empathy because I whenever I was younger, I seen cows running around and shit like that, and especially the young cows, fed them and all that. So you got to kind of push it out of your mind. If you're gonna eat beef, if it's just too much of an addiction for you, then don't look into those cute little cow eyes and shit, or it's gonna fuck you up. Bad burger.
Well, let's put it this way. I've actually been in the blood pit in the abattoir, and I've actually done a bit of throat cutting there. So
Yeah.
I've seen the animals. I've seen the animals, and it hasn't thrown me off of eating them.
Yeah, because like
you're not cute enough for me, fucking cow.
Yeah, like the Islamic butcher system is a bit. It's strange because it is ritualistic. Opposed to just the corporate, you just slam him in the head next, slam him in the head next. In Islam, you kind of we're about to kill you, and we're gonna sing you some verses. It's a bit strange.
I mean, it was humane for the time, but for our time, it is not the most humane way to kill things. I agree.
I don't know. There's like an air about it, It's like why are we kind of ritualizing this kind of thing?
I think it's kind of weird. You know how the Japanese people kill fish? They put a wire down their spine, like immediately. So it makes the fish taste better, but it's also really gross to see.
Oh, did you guys hear the good news? Apparently, they all of the Supreme Court said, nope, you can't fuck with Trump on the ballot anymore. So now none of these states can fuck with them anymore.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's pretty funny. The fact that they did that. But all right, guys, it's been about 4 hours. I think we should wrap this up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go.
All right. Well, I'll see you guys on Friday, 7 p.m. Hopefully you'll be there. We'll talk some more simulation.
And Saturday at Saturday, same bat time, same bat channel. You can
So I'm sorry. Quick question: is your show on this channel, or do you have your own channel?
I have my own channel.
Can you link it in the description or chat somewhere so I can go check it out?
Yeah. Hang on a second.
For folks that are on the outside of the screen who are not in here, if you look at the title, you'll see that his name is in blue, and you can actually click on it and take you directly to his channel.
Okay, you're saying I can do that from the YouTube video you posted, Brett?
Yeah, you'll see his name, Lucifer, there. Just click at the blue one, the blue words.
All right. I did it, my friend. I didn't realize that you had hyperlinked it, but I see it now, so I got it. Same deal.
Yep.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Oh, by the way, Lucifer, if you're wanting to do hyperlinks and all that, you can't just copy and paste it from my title and put it in there. It won't work because YouTube sucks balls, goat balls. No, what you got to do is you got to do the @ sign and then type in Brett, and then you'll see my name pop up, and then you click.
See, that's usually what I try to do, and it doesn't want to do it for me. It's not just goat balls that it sucks. It's goat and turkey balls.
Yeah.
Anyways, so yeah, I threw up the link to my channel into the main comment section as well as private chat. So if anybody wants to go check out my channel and learn a little bit about Satanism and visit me when I do my live streams or watch our live streamed rituals, and you can come on over there and watch.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys.
All right,
fun.
here we go.